Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have a warm and humid day today. Some scattered showers and thunderstorms, too, and our high reaching 90. The heat index, though, below 100 degrees. We're hearing from the Clarksville police chief for the first time since a man who was placed under arrest in Clarksville last week later died in jail. Officers used a canine to subdue 34-year-old Darius Chappelle during the arrest. Here's News 2's Liz DeSantis.
His cause of death has not yet been released. For the first time since Chappelle's death, Clarksville Police Chief Ty Burdine issued a written statement expressing condolences to the family and saying the department takes the incident, quote, very seriously, and confirming the officer who deployed the canine was placed on administrative leave the morning after the arrest.
Now, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office also said that Chappelle was taken to Vanderbilt of Clarksville Hospital to receive treatment after being arrested, and he was medically cleared in order to be booked into the jail. Now, in its report, the Sheriff's Office also said that Chappelle had been wanted on a felony parole violation and that he had a warrant for his arrest. He ran away from deputies as they attempted to arrest him and then physically resisted, assaulting a first responder. Fresh trouble for Graham Platner, the Democratic socialist running to unseat Republican Susan Collins in Maine, now accused of raping a former girlfriend. Jenny Rasico tells Politico and CNN that 5 years ago, Platner showed up to her house very drunk and demanding sex. And even though she said no several times, he forced himself on her. Platner denies the allegations, but says he's taking time to consider his next steps. ABC's Jay O'Brien says he's lost support among Democrats.
Congressman Ro Khanna, who was a big name endorser of Graham Platner, who campaigned with him not long ago, pulled his endorsement, as did Senator Ruben Gallego. Chuck Schumer, obviously the top Democrat in the Senate. Kirsten Gillibrand, the chair of the committee in charge of electing Democrats to the Senate and taking back power in that chamber, put out a joint statement in which they called the allegations, quote, incredibly disturbing, and they called on Platner to immediately withdraw. Maine's state Democratic Party also called on Platner to immediately withdraw.
Now, Platner has until July 13th to drop out so the party can replace him on the ballot. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A rebound in tech stocks pulled markets higher, putting the S&P back near its all-time high. The Dow added 140 points. The Nasdaq gained 288. The S&P rose 54. Broadcom stock rose 3% for the strongest force in the index after announcing long-term agreements to provide silicon products to Apple. Bitcoin mining company TeraWulf rose 4% after it said Anthropic agreed to a 20-year deal to use its data center in Kentucky. TeraWulf is moving away from Bitcoin and into high-performance computing. Micron and Ford announced a long-term agreement that includes Micron supplying the automaker with chip technology to power its vehicles. Price of a barrel of Brent crude closed at $71, close to where it was before the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And the futures markets are mixed this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some closures for you this morning. We have 4th Avenue South between Demumbrian Street and Broadway shut down. There's some road work happening there. Also in Spring Hill, Kedron Road between Saturn Parkway and Reserve Boulevard is blocked. They're doing some sewer work, and there's detours signs in place there. And Murfreesboro on Veterans Parkway between Armstrong Valley Road and New Salem Highway. That is also blocked for road work. Otherwise, the major roadways look okay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on to a Tuesday, July 7th. And there's a lot going on. Good morning, Joan. Good morning, Sam. Hope everybody is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Can we just be bright-eyed?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not entirely certain actually what bushy-tailed is, but if you're a human being and you're bushy-tailed, something's wrong.
Amen to that.
You probably woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Anyway, good morning, Joan.
Hi.
I don't know about you, Joan. I'm jealous of my grandchildren.
Why?
Because they get to use the Trump accounts.
I know, right?
$1,000, just boom, like that.
Pops into the account. My son did it for our youngest granddaughter, and the money was in the account. Like, ta-da!
I think it is the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Now, with my grandkids, right? Lincoln was born 3 months ago, something like that.
Okay.
And so Lincoln is able to get the $1,000, but Jameson, we can obviously open up. We'll get into some of the details, but we can open up an account for Jameson, but he does not get the $1,000.
Right.
So immediately, these two kids, Jameson is going to be pissed off at Lincoln once he figures it out.
Well, you know, Grandpa, you can put the $1,000 in for them.
Sure.
And actually, you should be patting the older grandsons a little bit more because he's behind now.
Yeah, but then Lincoln's going to be like, yeah, but you like Jameson better than me, right?
It's always going to be that way.
Trump has already started the sibling rivalry. Now, the president announcing yesterday, yes, indeed, it is now time for the Trump accounts. This is what the president said.
But if parents have not done so already, and they are doing so in record numbers, they should go right away to trumpaccounts.gov and sign their child up for a free investment savings account. And again, a lot of people are people that are uninvolved in terms of they don't have the children, but or their children are older, but they're putting millions and millions of dollars into the accounts of poor children, financially poor children. And the parents can't even believe what's happening. So it's an amazing thing. But parents, loved ones, churches, and generous companies and individuals will be able to contribute funds to these accounts to grow throughout the child's life. And again, if we have a good market like we do now, they're going to become actually very rich. They'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Think of that. Think of it, a child that has no money can have hundreds of thousands of dollars at a very, very young age. Accounts could grow to be worth numbers that nobody ever thought even possible.
So a little hyperbole there, but that's all good. It is Donald Trump. Now, who qualifies? U.S. children under the age of 18 with a Social Security number can have a Trump account open for them. So in my case, you got Riker, right? So Riker can have a account. And also my two grandkids and Joan's two grandkids as well. And how many do you have, Joan? I forget.
have 4.
You have 4.
Yeah.
All right, very good. The government contribution, though, that is where the difference comes in.
Right.
Children born between January of 2025 and December 31st of 2028 can receive a one-time $1,000 federal contribution. Now, when this whole thing came down, Joan, I don't think you were with the program yet. I don't know about Sam, but when I talked about this before, there are a lot of people actually that didn't like the idea of taxpayers just basically giving money to complete strangers. And they were a little, little sour that their taxpayer dollars were being used to basically give money to, these kids with the government contribution.
Yeah. Well, when you consider that Social Security is probably not going to be around for them.
Right.
Seeding an account with $1,000 now, and they, by the way, can't touch this until they're at least 18. So that will grow and grow and grow over their lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
They will have a boatload of money when they're 18, and they'll be able to either invest it, go to school with it, buy a house, do whatever they want with it.
Do you know what I think is especially great about the fact that these kids can't touch it till they're 18? The parents can't touch it,
The parents
Joan.
can't touch it, yeah. There is one other group of kids who are going to get money out of this.
Who's that?
So it's kids 10 or younger who are U.S. citizens, may qualify for a $250 deposit directly from the Dells. So it's Michael and Susan Dell
right.
Foundation.
We talked about this.
If they live in a zip code with a median income below $150,000.
Yeah.
So those kids will also get a donation, and it comes directly from the Dell family. I mean,
That's cool.
and I did a story yesterday about the COO, the president and COO of SpaceX just donated
It's
few
a couple
million
it's a couple
SpaceX
million SpaceX shares.
To this whole investment account idea, so that money can also be used to feed the account. So
Money is invested in approved low-cost funds that track broad U.S. stock indexes, such as the S&P 500, Joan, you were saying?
Isn't it so? I mean, it's just cool. And it's not all U.S. taxpayer dollars that are doing this because, people who are charitable see the worth, the value in our nation's youth having this money to seed them right away when they become adults.
Well, it's great because if they want to go to some sort of a trade school, for example, now here in Tennessee, if you're part of the Tennessee Promise, you get it for free. But, if you've got a trade school that you want to go to, then it's paid for when you graduate high school.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, you need a car, you need a down payment, depending on, how much is contributed over the years. Money is invested in those approved low-cost funds by parents, relatives, employers, and other eligible contributors can add money subject to annual limits. This is a woman named... go ahead, John.
Right now, it's $5,000 you get. So if you and I wanted to add to our grandchildren's accounts, you can add $5,000 per year. So you could really boost that up over the years. If you're contributing and they're earning interest and income on this fund.
I'll tell you what, though, Joan. I'm kind of saying this sort of tongue-in-cheek and sort of not, though. So when I was 18, I was flat A broke.
Yeah.
Like, I graduated high school and I didn't have any money. My car had just, basically broke down and it was not worth getting it fixed. I had spent all my money on working at the gas station that I did, buying that car that ultimately ended up being a piece of crap. But there's something, and I hate to say this, but there's something character building about having literally no money. And by the way, I've told this story before, I got kicked out of my house at the age of 18. So literally, I turned 18 and graduated high school, and I was effectively kicked out of my house. So there is something character building to going through that experience and making it. Now, that being said, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but that is how you sort of, you build character, you build sort of that, what do you call it? That tenacity to be able to get things done and be able to pay your bills and all of that. So those early formative years for me, 18 to like 22, 23 years old, when I had no money, very formative for me. And of course, made me an obsessive workaholic now. And really, who doesn't want that for their adulthood? It is 5:15. Joan's got the traffic, or somebody's got the traffic on WTN.
Yeah, I gotcha. We've got some blocked roadways because of work that's going on this morning. 4th Avenue South between Demonbreun and Broadway is under construction with a single travel lane. This is through Friday, July 10th. Now, it's also blocked in Spring Hill on Kedron Road between Saturn Parkway and Reserve Boulevard for some sewer work. And in Murfreesboro, Veterans Parkway blocked for road work. Armstrong Valley Road to New Salem Highway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Very good. As far as your weather goes, looks like it's going to be warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms, and a high of 90. And the feels like temperature not going to be 100 degrees. So that's good. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so a couple of real quick sound bites. This is Jenny Johnson, CEO of Franklin Templeton on the Trump accounts. By the way, you want to do a Daily Dan poll? Sam, and help me with this, Joan, as a taxpayer, do you have a problem with your taxpayer dollars going to the Trump accounts? Now, again, fully understanding not all of the money going into the Trump accounts is taxpayer dollars, but I'm curious as to what people have to say. Because I think we did a Daily Dan poll on this a while ago, and I was a little surprised at the number of people that were a little sour by the idea. But this is Jenny Johnson, CEO of Franklin Templeton on the Trump accounts. Here's what she has to say.
So first of all, I think that the most important investment decision a person could make is not, did you pick the right index? Did you pick the right stock? It's getting in the market. And what the Trump account does is it broadens the capability of people to have access to the market. So let me put that in the power of compounding. If you invest $5,000 a year, $1,000 a year for 10 years at age 20, when you retire at 60, you will have more money than a person who starts to invest at age 30 and invests the same amount per year for 30 years.
Now, let me ask you a question, Joan.
Yeah.
So if I contribute money to my grandkids' accounts over the years, do you think they'll support me in my old age?
Depends on.
Like, can I make that part of the deal? Like when Lincoln and Jameson get older, I'm going to say, listen, so you're going to notice that this account has been building over the years. That's thanks to Grandpa. So you need to get out there and buy me some adult diapers. Like, do you think they'll be cool with that or no?
As long as they don't have to change the diaper, I think they'll be fine with it.
That's fair.
That's the power of compounding. And so if you look at with the Trump accounts, we're now starting at birth and being able to compound. I think it's incredibly powerful. And then the second thing is, what has made this country great? What's made this country great is that we have capital markets that fund innovation. We're the most innovative country in the world. And now we can broaden the participation. And so that individuals will be able to look at it and say, hey, I'm an owner of that really exciting company. And I think that right there is success.
Do you know what I've noticed too, Joe? And I don't know about you, but I've noticed that getting started on these accounts is the hardest part, right? So if you can open one of these accounts and you can get some seed money in there, then you are more inspired to continue to try to give to these accounts. And I think that is also part of it. By the way, there is some criticism.
Of course there is.
Critics have raised concerns that families who cannot afford additional contributions may receive less long-term benefit than wealthier families.
Here we go.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
It's like there's always this jealousy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's always a jealousy. It drives me abso-flippin'-lutely nuts.
However, there's another set of concerns expressed by Mario on the super text line, and a lot of people are talking about this. Do anchor babies get it too?
Do you know what? I have seen different answers. So I don't know if anchor babies get it or not. If they do, that's going to irritate the living crap out of me. However, I would still use it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it wouldn't make me happy if anchor babies got it, if illegal aliens got it. I would not be happy with that.
So AI says as long as the child is under the age of 18 with a work-authorized Social Security number, a U.S. child under the age of 18 with a work-authorized Social Security number.
So it sounds like yes. Am I getting that right? Or
you are.
Okay.
I don't know the difference between a work-authorized Social Security number or another
government
form.
Issued.
Government issued. Well, they're all government issued.
Yeah, that is. So I don't know.
They are different.
So you say a work ID number versus a
work authorized Social Security number.
Social Security number versus I don't know.
I'm looking it up right now. Are there different forms? of Social Security numbers. Yes. The Social Security 9-digit identifier, 3 distinct types of cards depending on a person's citizenship status and authorization to work.
See.
A regular card shows the holder's name and Social Security number. It's issued to citizens and lawful permanent residents. Okay? It allows the holder to work without restrictions. There is a DHS authorized card valid for work only with DHS authorization. And that's for non-citizens legally admitted into the U.S. on a temporary basis. And the non-work card has the text not valid for employment. And that's issued to foreign nationals who don't have work authorization but require an Social Security number to receive a valid federal, state, or local government benefit. These are the people that are sucking us dry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Well, I still think it's a good idea. And I think part of what the president is trying to do, and this is a legacy thing, and of course he always puts his name on everything. By the way, this is great. We all know Benny Thompson. Benny Thompson, Democrat, is getting ripped nationwide for calling on everyone to avoid opening a Trump account for their children, which includes a free $1,000. Now, what kind of Trump derangement syndrome moron would say, yeah, you know what? Because it's Donald Trump's name, do not get your kids the free $1,000. I mean, how insane is that?
Yeah.
Is this the guy that thought that, what island was it he thought was going to literally flip over? Is this that Benny Thompson?
No, that's not. Benny Thompson is the guy. He was the one that sat on the January 6th panel. Benny Thompson.
See, they're all dumb to me.
Yeah.
So
you're thinking of Henry. He's from Georgia.
Look it up, Sam. Who's the Democrat lawmaker who thought that an island would tip over if you put a bunch of military equipment on it? Because I think that guy just lost his primary.
Hank Johnson.
Hank Johnson.
Georgia Congressman Hank Johnson.
You know what? Benny Thompson, Hank Johnson. I can see why I got confused in my tired
Dan.
stupor.
Yeah.
So Benny Thompson represents a very poor district. Per capita income in his seat is nearly $27,000 per year. The poverty rate is over 20%. But because Benny Thompson can't get over his Trump derangement syndrome, he wants people in his district to forego the free $1,000 and these Trump accounts. Isn't that insane?
Yeah. Yeah. Make your grandkids suffer. Go ahead.
Here is more from Fox News.
Philanthropies can contribute as well. If maximum contributions are made for kids born this year, that could mean more than $300,000 by the time they become an adult. If no contributions are made, that return on investment still adds up to about $5,800.
So listen to these numbers. This is crazy. So if maximum contributions are made, and you said it's $5,000, is that what you said, Joan?
Correct. Yep.
Per year? Mm-hmm. So if maximum contributions are made, they will have $303,800 by the age of 18. So basically $304,000. By the age of 28, do you know what they'll have? $1,091,000 by the age of 28 if maximum contributions are made. That's that compounding interest.
Yeah.
Is what that was.
Yes.
But even if no contributions are made, $5,800 by the age of 18, $18,100 by the age of 28. So that's really good. And I think that anybody who is like, oh, no, we shouldn't do that because the wealthy families will get to contribute more to their kids' accounts than the poor families.
Well, they already do that.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, why should, if the poor families either don't want to do that, can't do it, however you want to frame it, I'm sorry that not everybody can do what other people are able to do, but it still doesn't mean that you can't put some money into an account. You can put, if you can't do $5,000 a year, maybe you can do $500 a year, because any little bit helps, and that's the bottom line.
Well, and with that, the wealthier families investing, right? They're obviously people that have stake in that, want the market to do well, to reflect the accounts to grow well. So even if you're not able to put in as much by way of other people investing and making sure that these accounts grow with good return, you're going to end up with more than if they didn't.
What is the YouTube poll? How are people voting on this? Let me play the rest of this. Oh, we're running way late. 526 on Super Talk 99.7. So on the Super Text line, you get a lot of folks saying that, let's see here, please don't call it a free $1,000. It's not free. It is coming from my tax dollars. That is 1041. Let's see, another guy, Trevor. Hey, Trevor, says no problem at all. Better than funding circumcisions in Africa. Great point, Trevor, actually.
Excellent point, Trevor.
That is an excellent point. All right, 526. Joan's got the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, voter registration is about to end around here. We've got details on how to get it done coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have some rain headed our way today. Stefano tells us it'll be warm and humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms, and our high around 90 degrees. In the news, happening last night, a man killed in a high-speed crash on Murfreesboro Pike in South Nashville. Now, court documents say that a silver Lexus was attempting to turn left onto Murfreesboro Pike from Faircloth Drive when it was hit by a black Tesla driven by 22-year-old Ali Al-Atabi. Crash investigators say he was traveling at 70 miles an hour at the time of the crash, where the speed limit is 45. The driver of that Lexus wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was thrown from the car. He was taken to a hospital where he died. Al-Atabi has been booked into the Metro Jail. Charlie Kirk's accused killer spent Monday in court where the evidence against him was presented, a sort of a mini trial. Also in the courtroom was Erica Kirk and Charlie's parents. Observers said the judge flinched when the video of Kirk's assassination was played.
It was an emotional day for the Kirk family, who left the courtroom during graphic testimony.
A lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Prosecutors laying out their case in a mini trial to convince a judge there's enough evidence to try Robinson for gunning down the conservative activist at his event at Utah Valley University.
That's ABC's Kanya Whitworth reporting. If you want to vote in the Tennessee primary election in November, better be sure you are registered to vote. Registration ends tomorrow at midnight. Now, this will be the first election under Tennessee's new congressional map. Wilson County voters are getting new voter registration cards in the mail because they went from the 5th and 6th district now to just the 6th. Changes also affect Davidson County voters there, also receiving new registration cards. You can register to vote yourself at govotn.gov. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still looking pretty clear this morning on the roadways. I do see a bit of a delay on 65 southbound through the Goodlettsville area. That's normal volume. No problem so far on 24 or 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Nashville's morning news. As far as your weather goes today, warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms, and high of 90 degrees. It is time for Joan's World. All right, Joan, you pick the topics. Go.
Okay, so let's start here with kind of my favorite video of the day, which is Sonny Hostin. Hostin. Hostel. There's that too. Sonny has a really weird concept about can you just play the video?
And I said this on this show many, many years ago, because this is my 10th year on the show. And I said there are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community, and I suddenly feel unsafe because there is a section of this country that has co-opted the American flag, and they equate being an American or an American flag with white supremacy. And that should never be the symbol of white supremacy, but they have weaponized.
I equate her with being a moron and an idiot, Joan.
Is there any sense to this at all?
No.
Like, because there's an American flag, there are people that actually believe that having an American flag tags them as being like over the top, all American. You could not possibly be fair and just to the marginalized people of the world.
The dumb thing is that for people who have American flags, I've got to get another one. I used to have a flag on hanging outside of my house and got destroyed in a storm. I got to get a new one. But for me, and I said this on Red Eye, when I go into a neighborhood, if I see a bunch of American flags, I'm like, okay, this is clearly a good neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, fair or not, I did say on Red Eye, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for it, but I said, listen, if I go into a neighborhood and you got a bunch of Palestinian flags or Mexican flags or, God help us, Somalian flags, I sure as hell am not going to buy in that neighborhood.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
So if there is and also by and large, if you've got a bunch of American flags, I can also pretty much guarantee that there's going to be a lot of law and order in that neighborhood because they also believe in self-protection and the Second Amendment and so forth. So I don't know. She's talking about how they're talking about white nationalists and those guys on the bus, right? So to me, they are weaponizing the ladies, so-called, on The View. They're weaponizing the flag because they're saying that if you are somebody who appreciates the flag, then you're somebody who is suspect. So I just think that they're morons. And by the way, did you see the story, Joan, just since we're on the guys on the bus who are wearing the flag, which is what they're talking about?
Yeah.
We don't know if they were white nationalists or not, whatever. But did you see the latest on who this woman is that was on the bus?
I showed this video to Sam yesterday as he was leaving the radio station.
Yeah.
Because I came across it and I thought, I didn't have the time to research it to see if it was, an AI generated thing or whatever, but the woman's nuts. Like they're using her as their, as their new, treasure. And she's nuts.
Yeah, she's got a fetish for indecent exposure.
Yes. I heard you talking about this on Red Eye.
And by the way, I've seen a picture of her. Any exposure is indecent.
Oh, yeah.
All right, whatever. But I'm trying to figure out what she's doing in that video.
Oh, no, she was trying to go to the bathroom. She was trying to defecate on the train.
So unfortunately, I don't have that video queued up, but basically I'll describe it for you, which is she's on the train. It looks like the day that this photograph was taken because she's wearing the same clothes.
Shirt, yeah.
So this woman has been, and Sam, look up her name if you would. She has been arrested for indecent exposure before. And there's a video of her on the train, and she does look like she's trying to do a number 2 right there on the. Is it a bus or a train? I don't know. I keep seeing that it's either a bus or a train. They have both in Washington D.C. But whatever. But she's squatting down like she's trying to take a number 2. And I can't figure out if she's just exposing herself or if she's actually trying to go to the bathroom. Either way, it's gross and it's weird. And Democrats, if you want to make this your new Rosa Parks, you go right on ahead.
Yeah.
So insane.
It is. It really is.
And you'll notice that this story, I guarantee you, Joan, it is going to disappear very quickly. Here's the other thing.
Because they know that they screwed up.
You know what I would say, though? And I think she was homeless, too. But if this was this is where I'm gonna kind of side with the Democrats a little bit. If this was actually set up, they would have had a better woman. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would have been somebody who works in a grocery store.
Just trying to go home.
It would have been a kindergarten teacher, a nurse who works overnight. It would be something like that. But instead, it's this woman who is just nuts.
Yeah.
And I've seen a picture of her, and any exposure is indecent. Is it better the second time, Joan? Because I'm going to tell that I'm going to tell that joke again when Chris Hand is here at 8:35 until somebody laughs. All right, go ahead, Sam. What's her name?
Well, they're claiming that it's an AI generated video of that woman.
Okay, now Grok it, and
right.
Grok said it was a real.
Yeah, so now
video.
someone's on Yahoo News apparently had run it through Google, and Gemini said that because of a certain watermark called Synth ID, this is where the feedback, they're taking this and I think they're trying to blow it out of proportion.
Mm-hmm.
The specific wording from Google was that the video you shared or edited, meaning what you uploaded for me to review, was edited or generated using Google AI, which is why it's got this Synth ID signal detected.
So it could have just been edited.
It could have just been edited.
A real video that was edited.
A real video that was edited by Google, but now they're trying to say,
but
it
didn't
was AI
she
generated.
actually have and granted, I looked at this yesterday, so maybe something has changed. But Joan, didn't they actually have her convicted of indecent exposure?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I thought that was something that you had also researched.
By the way, I've seen a picture of her. Any exposure is indecent.
Dan, it gets better every time.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah.
I'm so good at telling jokes. Anyway, so now you have another Sunny Hostin hosting video
I
from,
do.
I mean, this is from a long time ago.
It is. Now, she looks a lot younger. She looks a little bit different, but she's talking to Anderson Cooper at CNN here and makes an admission that just like, I cannot believe that she actually had the nerve to say this.
All right, here.
Because I did write an opinion piece on CNN. I left my daughter when she was 14 months old in the back of our car. And I was with my husband, and it was a hot July day. And literally, Anderson, my husband left her in the car. I left her in the car. We went to get a shopping cart. We took the shopping cart past the car, went into Home Depot. I went into the garden center, and it was only after about 5 minutes that my husband came to me and said, "Oh my God, we left Paloma in the car." And
she was fine,
and she was fine, but I will tell you, I'm still ashamed about it. I'm embarrassed. I'm horrified, and I can see how someone could do this.
So I want to make sure she's ashamed, embarrassed, and horrified. So she admitted it on CNN, Joan, back when CNN actually had viewers.
Well, listen, I would say that she said that to get the modern day to get clicks, like for her to go viral with that story because she's an attention
whore.
Thank you. I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Listen, Joan, whore is not nearly as bad as moist, and I'll say both. Moving right along. All right, what's next?
All right, so we got this guy. Wait a minute. Let's all laugh. It's 5:47. Yeah, we'll laugh. Go to the comedian roast trans women in the audience.
All right, very good.
This is a comedian. He's on stage, and somebody yells out to him, and he realizes, hey, this guy's wearing a dress.
Okay, here we go. This is, here Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What are your jobs?
I sold my soul, and I work for the charity contractor. Damn!
You work for a defense contractor? Wow, that is not who I thought you were going to be. Can I get some pronouns going? She, her, okay, got it. Are you a trans woman? May I ask that? Is that right? You're a trans woman. Now, are you the only trans woman working at the defense contractor? Wow. No? There's just a defense contractor full of trans women? Just dropping bombs on brown people?
That's good.
It's really funny.
How about those pronouns? Okay, so you make motors for what exactly? Rocket motors. Oh, rocket, for rockets. So like when that school in Iran... Dude, that's a pickle for a liberal, don't you think? You're like, technically the motors were made by trans women, so...
That's good.
Yeah. I love liberals. But are you a liberal? Yeah. Okay. You're very leftist. But then help me understand the logic. But that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? I feel like... I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there. Are you like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors for our military?
That's actually, I mean, this guy's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Because he's got a great point.
Have you had other jobs? What were those?
Barista.
You got radicalized at a Starbucks thing? It was local. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. How dare I accuse you of...
Yeah, so after this, it kind of gets deep. But
Very
I mean,
funny.
he just picked this guy out of the audience and just went after him. And it was great. And the audience was totally with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and it sounds like the trans woman, whatever, the dude in the dress.
Yeah.
I like to say dude in the dress. So instead of going through all the whole trans woman and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no. It's a dude in a dress.
So, but it sounds like he was playing along.
He was.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. And then there's a bakery in Texas. That was the first one there. And we're just going to show the picture of this.
Okay.
This is a bakery in Texas where they refused to celebrate the 4th of July. And they said, I'm trying to get it here too. Okay. Hive Bakery in Flower Mound, Texas. The sign, this was from their Facebook post. We expressed not wanting to celebrate the 4th this year as we are embarrassed, afraid, and disappointed in what this country has become. MAGA is adversarial. It's a cult of unintelligent, rabid, immoral sycophants.
Wow.
Yeah. This is what they put on their Facebook page. Those conservatives who still have rational thought have left the MAGA movement. Those who remain and continue to support the most corrupt administration in our nation's history are here wishing for our bakery to burn to the ground. Enjoy a little taste of this, Americana. We're open tomorrow 10 to 6 as we refuse to observe the holiday. F this fascist regime and every single person perpetrating the downfall of our country. Still holding out hope for an AOC revolution.
Wow. Okay, well, congratulations to you. You've just ticked off, because Texas, and especially in the suburbs like Flower Mound, I mean, it's very conservative. So why would you do that?
And not only that, they sell merch on their website. One of them is an F-Ice t-shirt.
Okay, good.
With the logo of the bakery on it.
Here's the funny thing. So, and if you're looking at the Super Talk TV, you'll see, and for radio people, they've got a bake, because it's a bakery. They've got a cake, and it says under distress, and it's a upside down American flag.
Yes.
So
they have an F the Patriarchy t-shirt. They have a Witches of the Hive Bakery. They have a Hive Bakery Love Wins, trans pride.
Because I can feel the love in that post, can't you?
Yeah,
love wins is not as long as you're not a conservative or a MAGA person.
It's just insane.
It's such a fascist regime that you can post to Facebook about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's just, it's obviously silly. And that's what they do. All right, next.
Oh, okay. So then we have a guy. He's from New York City, and he's hopping mad because he just realized that the ConAgra, which is the energy company for New York City, is going to scale back his usage of energy, of electricity at his house at a really, really particular time. Listen to this.
Donnie, you're a real piece of fucking shit. I get a message from Con Ed and they tell me.
Did you dump that?
I hope so.
Yeah, Sam got it. You dumped that, right, Sam? There was an SH bomb?
Mm-hmm. Did we preview this?
I said that my note there says play with no sound. I'll play the audio from the newsroom.
Oh.
See that?
My bad.
Part, Dan?
I want to make sure that everyone understands this is Jones' world and not Dan's world. And it was at Jones' world that there was an SH bomb. Go, Jones. Go ahead and play it.
Donnie, you're a real piece of shit. I get a message from Con Ed and they tell me that they're going to lower the voltage in my area to reduce outages. What a coincidence. The same day Taylor Swift gets married at MSG. And for all the Swiftie fans and mental, idiotic liberals who think that this wouldn't affect what's going on in New York, you're dead wrong. Imagine going to a gas station paying full price, but they quietly give you 10% less than what you're supposed to get. Welcome to socialism. Then we have this fucking idiot mayor telling people to put their ACs to 78 degrees. This is going to be the liberal logic. Oh, he wants to reduce outages in New York. That makes sense. Well, I wonder why it got so fucking bad because we allowed millions of illegal immigrants.
We gotta cut this off.
How come I deleted it?
Well, apparently not. I think you're so.
Wow. No, I made my own recording.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, something happened, but all the bad words in there were in there. So,
apologies. Are we going to get
Jones World?
Jones World.
No, I think we're fine because you know what? It's 5:50. There's some leeway in the 5 o'clock hour.
Okay.
As we all know, thankfully.
So, to add on to what that guy is saying,
yeah,
the New York Post did a deep dive into Mamdani's 78-degree demand from people and found that Mamdani's offices within City Hall are at 58 degrees.
58?
58. You people can suffer and sweat, but I'm going to be chill over here in my City Hall office.
Well, it's Democrats is what they do. They don't have, there's, AC for me, but not for thee.
Yeah.
Apparently is what is going on.
And they've revisited the raises for the Metro Council in New York City and the mayor's office. I think it's 18.2%.
Are you kidding me?
This came up on the table at the end of last year, and Mamdani kind of went to the councilwoman who's just, hey, not right now. I'm just getting into office. Let's just chill.
Yeah.
And so now it's come back up. So we're having to cut energy. We're raiding the teachers' pensions, all of these things, but also we're going to give ourselves raises.
That's just wrong.
Yeah.
But you know what? Anybody who falls for what Mamdani says that he is just a fool. And that is, again, you can't say it enough. New York is getting what New York voted for. And these people were dumb enough to think that Mamdani was going to, give them all of this free stuff. And by the way, now you have bodega owners in New York who are saying, if they actually do these grocery stores, these government-run grocery stores, we're going to go out of business.
Yep.
And all those people are going to be out of work.
All of those immigrant business owners.
Yeah, that's right. The guy that I was listening to and watching the video, I think he was Indian. So anyway, we got to go. 5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan has the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, the latest scandal for Graham Platner coming up here at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are new allegations rocking a key Senate race that many Democrats had hoped could potentially shift the balance of power in the Senate.
Politico reports Platner's accuser, Jenny Rasico, dated him on and off starting in 2019. She claims that in 2021, he showed up at her home almost blackout drunk. Rasico telling Politico, I had been telling him these words like, no, don't. I just realized that like I'm in a situation where there's no consent here. Rasico today speaking to CNN.
I remember very specifically saying, I'm not into this.
Saying Platner forced her to have sex against her will.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting. Platner says he is now taking time out to review what his next options could be. The U.S. now joins Mexico and Canada on the sidelines of the World Cup. All three host countries now knocked out going into the group of 16 stage of that tournament after the U.S. lost to Belgium 4-1.
Less than 10 minutes into the game, the Belgians struck first after the U.S. defense failed to clear the ball. About 20 minutes later, Malik Tillman scoring off a free kick for the second time in this tournament, but it would be the only bright spot in a disastrous night. Just 61 seconds later, Belgium retaking the lead. Then in the second half, the U.S. goalie mishandles the ball, setting up a third Belgian goal. The Belgians adding insult to injury, scoring a fourth goal in the final seconds of the game.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The big three stock averages opened the week with gains. The NASDAQ composite surging 1.1%, the S&P adding 0.7%. The Dow Jones gained 156 points to close above 53,000 for the first time. Oil prices ticked up slightly overnight in reaction to news saber rattling between the U.S. and Iran. Brent crude is now back over $72 a barrel. Gasoline, meanwhile, is averaging $3.79 a gallon, down a nickel in the past week, according to AAA. Despite a drop in jet fuel prices, consumers are still paying higher airfares. They have no one to blame but themselves, says the Wall Street Journal, as travelers continue to book trips, driving up demand and keeping fares high. There were no floor traders shouting out buys and sells, but the Texas Stock Exchange began operating Monday in Dallas as part of a staged launch. Live stock trading is expected to begin Friday with a small group of securities, according to TXSE. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures mixed this morning. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, we're hearing that there's some areas of dense fog this morning along I-840 is one of those areas. Be careful as you're traveling this morning. It's spotty. It's not everywhere. You've got some delays starting now on westbound to I-24 through Laverne into Nashville, and it looks like it's slow now at the merge of 65 and 24 to the north. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to another edition of Nashville's Morning News. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Joan, is there any news regarding Mitch McConnell in the mainstream news today?
Not that I've seen. I'm going to look up and see if there's anything new.
There are reports that Republican Senator out of Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is brain dead. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I reported this last night on Red Eye Radio. That is what the reports are. Now, you know that he's been hospitalized. He's been on a steady decline with his health over the past year at least. He's been speaking in front of cameras. He is simply frozen. He has stopped speaking. Now, a few things have happened in the last couple of days. Back on July 3rd, it was reported that he had been in the hospital for 3 weeks following an apparent heart attack. This is from an article on June 3rd. The 84-year-old was admitted to the hospital on June 14th. Still, they say his office has revealed few details about his condition, saying only that he is continuing to improve while staying engaged with Senate business and matters affecting his home state of Kentucky. So his office is saying, and by the way, you really think his office is going to be honest about what's going on with Mitch McConnell?
No.
You think John Thune's office is going to be honest when it comes to Mitch McConnell?
Definitely not.
So nobody knows what is going on with Mitch McConnell. I guess he's been in the hospital for 3 weeks now. And by the way, Laura Loomer is one of them.
That's what I just read.
I don't believe that Laura Loomer is credible. I don't. She says that she's got sources inside the White House that is saying that Mitch McConnell is brain dead. But I don't know if Laura Loomer, a lot of people will say that she's not credible. I don't really, the thing about Laura Loomer, I don't really know her enough to know whether or not she's credible. I will tell you that ABC, CBS, NBC, and all those networks are not reporting that Mitch McConnell is brain dead. So really don't know. According to People, despite remaining in the hospital, aides say that the veteran lawmaker has continued to communicate with colleagues and work remotely while the Senate is in recess. So one of two things happened. Either this thing was a lot worse than is being reported because he had, they say, cardiac arrest. He had to have CPR when they got to his home and bring him to the hospital. Either he was fine and then he took a turn for the worse, or this was really bad and has not recovered. Neighbors of Mitch McConnell, there it is, Capitol Hill home in Washington, D.C., have said that no one has been there for, weeks. So Elaine Chao, his wife, more on her in a second, but she hasn't been there. Obviously, Mitch McConnell hasn't been there as well. The former Senate Majority Leader has not been seen in public 4 weeks before he was found unconscious after an apparent heart attack at his home back on June 14th. Now, there's an independent journalist here. Her name is Desiree Townsend, who also says, need some video and some audio. She says that Mitch McConnell is indeed in the hospital and is indeed brain dead.
I don't think many Americans fully appreciate the seriousness of what may be at stake following Senator McConnell's medical emergency 3 weeks ago, or how Congress's lack of a constitutional mechanism to remove members for incapacity could have broader implications for the nation's governance and, most importantly, national security. This incredibly odd story also involves Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who stated to Politico that he had spoken with McConnell the day after his hospitalization and that he, quote, sounded good, end quote. Now, this statement threw off the press for nearly 2 weeks, placating the public until I released the EMS dispatch audio showing the seriousness of this medical emergency. Now, given that Senator McConnell is still here in the hospital 3 weeks later, and as far as I know, he has not spoken with any other members of Congress, now puts this initial remark by Leader Thune into question.
You know, one of the things that John Thune, he said the same thing to Fox News. Now, I don't trust John Thune as far as I can throw him. I don't trust McConnell's office as far as I can throw him. I wish Mitch McConnell all the best, but he should have been out of the Senate a couple of years ago, at least. Just a day or two after his hospitalization, John Thune said that he had spoken to Mitch McConnell. He said that McConnell was dialed in, communicating with staffers and such. But that's going to be the question. Was he? And by the way, this Desiree Townsend, she's reporting that there is no mechanism to replace an alive but incapacitated senator. Now, that seems to be in question because I have seen some reports that say that there really is no real mechanism, but then I've seen other reports that say that there is a mechanism. Do you know who's going to know about said mechanism? And I know that he listens in the segment before he is to come on with us, is one Matthew Hurt. So Matthew, if you're listening, you're a lot smarter at this politics or political stuff than me. So in the state of Kentucky, and I know that you know a lot about the state of Kentucky, Matthew. So in the state of Kentucky, if Mitch McConnell is incapacitated and if he is truly brain dead, then from what I understand, number one, if he's brain dead, he is actually considered dead. I mean, that's what I read this morning overnight. Then used to be, from what I can tell, in the state of Kentucky, you would have the Republican Party give the governor 3 names, and those 3 names, the governor would choose which would become the senator to play out the term of Mitch McConnell, to finish out the term of Mitch McConnell. Now, right now, the governor for the state of Kentucky is Andy Beshear, a Democrat. So Beshear would get a list of 3 Republicans by the Republican Party. He would choose which one is going to finish out McConnell's term. However, I think that rule changed in 2024. So we'll have to see what Matthew says, because I've seen two different things that could happen. So 2 different scenarios as to how this could play out. But the story, it does go on. This is more from Desiree Townsend.
And this story gets even odder after I reported a couple days ago of a press release documenting that McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao, met with the vice president of China 3 days after his hospitalization.
Wait, what? Elaine Chao went to go visit the vice president of China.
Wait, after McConnell went into the hospital?
Yeah.
What?
Elaine. So can you imagine, Joan, if John had a heart attack, if your husband had a heart attack, would you leave the country?
I don't think so.
I would not leave the country.
I would not leave the country to go visit the vice president of China.
I mean, I would never do that anyway, whether or not my spouse had a heart attack or not. But isn't that bizarre? So she went to China, apparently, visited the VP of China, and apparently they talked about some philanthropic activities of her family. Wink, wink, nod, nod, I would say. More on this very bizarre story coming up next. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
For the most part, things we're looking at this morning. Watch for road work. I have a hurt alert. Between Armstrong Valley. no problems on 24 or 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
All right, 6:15 as far as your weather goes today. Warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms and a high of 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So, yeah, it is weird that Elaine Chao, just days after her husband had a heart attack, that she would fly off to China to talk to the vice president, realizing, of course, that China is one of our biggest enemies. By the way, in case you don't remember, and I know that you know this, Joan, but Elaine Chao, the wife of Mitch McConnell, she was transportation secretary under Donald Trump's first administration, labor secretary under George W. Bush for both terms. Now, she had this trip planned, obviously, in advance, and that she had, again, word is that she had spoken to the Chinese vice president about her family's philanthropic activities. Chinese officials, though, said the discussions focused on U.S.-Chinese relations and cooperation. So, Joan, does that sound like the same thing? Because, I'm not the brightest bulb on the porch.
No way.
Is philanthropic activities the same as U.S.-Chinese relations and cooperation?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Even I could figure that out. Philanthropic activities is like charitable stuff, and that's what her office said was being discussed. But Chinese officials saying the discussions focused on U.S.-Chinese relations and cooperation. She is in no position to be talking to China about our official relations, but whatever. So when she was questioned about going to China, they said something like, well, his condition, Mitch McConnell's condition, wasn't so bad that it would force his wife to cancel the trip. Really? Because apparently he needed CPR when they came into the townhouse, when they found him unconscious. So this all does seem really bizarre. Apparently The Hill, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Joan. Apparently The Hill, every journalist's nightmare, accidentally posted an article that reported that, yes, he had actually died.
Oh.
So, you know that, and we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
They write these things ahead of time.
Yeah.
So they're ready to go, and it's like, oops, not yet.
Dope.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
So here's more from this Desiree Townsend.
And to be clear, the issue is not merely that Elaine Chao went to China. The issue is she is a private citizen. She holds no official government position. She's married to a sitting U.S. senator who reportedly had a major medical emergency, and now she's meeting with one of China's highest-ranking official 3 days later, all while the American public and possibly senior U.S. government officials in the Trump administration, as well as members of Congress, lacked clear information about his condition.
So that is Desiree Townsend. So you've got independent journalists, and by the way, I'm not dismissing what Desiree Townsend is saying, because remember, Nick Shirley is an independent journalist, and he scooped the entire mainstream media on all of that fraud that was going on in Minnesota. So just because it's an independent journalist, I don't dismiss what they're reporting, saying, they have no credibility. You know who's got no credibility? ABC, CBS, and NBC. That's who has no credibility. So I don't know who to believe. What is Mitch McConnell's condition right now? Is he actually brain dead? I mean, if he is, then Kentucky, they need to figure out how to get on with replacing him. I mean, not to sound insensitive, but there is work to be done. And frankly, he has been in the Senate, in my opinion, on borrowed time, because he should have retired a couple of years ago. And again, why is his wife in China? The whole thing is just weird and full of conspiracy. And did John Thune lie about his condition, saying a day or so after Mitch McConnell was rushed to the hospital that he was doing great, when some are saying that that was untrue? Here is John Thune on Fox News.
Senator McConnell, we're told, was hospitalized. Have you heard any word on him?
I have. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was in good spirits. I mean, he was
very dialed in, paying attention to what's going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
So nobody's believing John Thune. Do you know what the thing is, Joan? Like, nobody believes the media on anything. Nobody believes politicians on anything.
With good reason.
And
honestly.
Very few people on our side of the aisle they don't like John Thune. They also don't like Mitch McConnell. And nobody likes China. So there's just a lot of room for conspiracy here. So I'm going to ask Matthew Hurt what he thinks about all this. He's coming up at 6:35. Apparently, according to Sam, Matthew Hurt is in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I got the Hurt alert.
Is he in there causing problems?
He's in there educating the masses.
Oh, is he really? Do you know what I want the YouTubers to do in the YouTube chat? Matthew Hurt. Wait a minute. Is he on camera or no? No, he wouldn't be on camera in the YouTube chat. Matthew Hurt. He's got the stash now. Thumbs up or thumbs down on the stash? Because I'm going to admit, I was a little taken aback with Matthew Hurt's stash. I like it, though. I do. I like it. The mustaches are a thing now. Remember, Joan, when I tried to do a mustache?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't really work on me. Although some people like the mustache. But I like Matthew Hurt's mustache. I want the YouTubers to tell Matthew Hurt, thumbs up, thumbs down on the mustache. That's what I want to know. Because, these days it takes, a lot of courage and a lot of guts to be able to, grow what some would call a porn stash. I don't think that Matthew Hurt's... What? What is so funny?
You make it sound like he should be driving a van with shag carpeting in the back.
I'm just saying. But it works for him. I really like his mustache. What?
It's just where my brain goes.
All right,
Pulling
whatever.
up at the red light. Hey, baby, are you looking for a Hurt?
It does.
That was bad.
That was pretty bad, Sam. But in a good kind of way. All right, 6:23, and we do have Matthew Hurt coming up if he hasn't decided to change his mind on the appearance. Matthew Hurt is coming up at 6:35. It's 6:23. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, a world leader is reportedly safe after an attempted assassination. We'll tell you what's going on there coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank All right, very good. Now, 6:23, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, if you're thinking of replacing your air conditioner, you need to check out your windows first because drafty windows force your AC to work overtime. New windows from Window Nation help keep your home comfortable and reduces the strain on your HVAC. Now, the pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. Right now, with Window Nation, they're special this month. You can get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation. You could also get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Great deals from Window Nation. Again, I'm going to repeat that. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles and 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. A great deal from my friends right now at Window Nation. Now, there's a reason why they are one of America's and, of course, Tennessee's biggest window companies. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Find them online, windownation.com, windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. .625 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. So many people, maybe even you, are living with cataracts, and you don't even realize how much it is affecting and impacting your everyday life. Now, here's the good news. The good news is that the fix is quick. It all begins with a personalized consultation with my buddy Dr. Jeff Horn and all the vision pros at Vision for Life. Now, if you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare, maybe halos around lights, colors that don't seem as bright as they used to, well, these are all signs of cataracts. For a lot of people, driving becomes difficult, even dangerous, especially at night. Some people even experience double vision in one eye. Now, that is not something that you have to live with. Cataract surgery these days, it is fast, it is painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. So don't wait. Call my buddy Dr. Jeff Horn right now at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find him online anytime. It is visionforlife.com to schedule your cataract evaluation with Dr. Horn today and find out if you qualify. Now, my vision correction procedure with Dr. Horn and Vision for Life, it was amazing, and yes, it was life-changing. They can do the same thing for you. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com, and start seeing clearly again.
Good morning. It's 6:29. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In the news, wild new details about a Williamson County murder. News 2's Andy Corden says that Douglas Rawl confessed to murdering his wife inside their Williamson County home.
According to the just-released arrest affidavit, Williamson County deputies are called to this College Grove home by the alleged murderer himself, Douglas Rawl, who tells dispatchers, I just murdered my wife. I shot her in the head, according to the arrest document. The 57-year-old said his wife Allison was the devil, and he says, I thought I was the son of God, or even Jesus. When dispatchers asked the one-time pharmacist if his wife was still breathing, he reportedly says, no, she is dead as fried chicken.
Neighbors tell News 2 that Alison Rawle had confided in neighbors that her husband had been abusing her. French President Emmanuel Macron has reportedly escaped an attempted assassination during a visit to Syria's capital. Macron is safe, according to the French presidential palace, after 2 bombs exploded outside the hotel where he spent the night. One had been planted in a dumpster, the other in a vehicle near the Four Seasons Hotel. Macron has left the hotel and sheltered at the Syrian presidential palace. 18 people were injured. There has been no claim of responsibility. And in New Jersey, severe weather at a BJ's Wholesale Club in New Jersey in Neptune Township. Shoppers there shocked when the roof partially collapsed on them during a storm. They say that the water had collected on the roof and caused it to collapse. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
So she said that, or he said dead like fried chicken?
Dead as fried chicken.
And who said that about who?
The man who allegedly murdered his wife.
So a guy murders his wife and says she is dead as fried chicken.
Asked the one-time pharmacist if his wife was still breathing. He reportedly says, no, she is dead as fried chicken.
Wow.
Yeah.
He sounds really broken up about what he's done.
He does. Well, he thought that he was God and she was the devil.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, so he was insane.
Yeah, he was.
Well, that's kind
when
of...
When police arrived, he was undressing in the front lawn. So.
Okay, good.
It's a very sad story.
A very sad story.
It is. Yeah, so.
All right. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Generator Supercenter. Listen, one of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quickly. You need the Generator Supercenter. Now, you've seen the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks at a time. The Generator Supercenter provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. Matter of fact, go to their website right now and find out how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mann to send you to GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com and see how you can get started. Now, they do feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. Now, the power goes out in your neighborhood. You've got a backup power generator, so your power goes right back on. That's how it works. At the Generator Supercenter, they also have their generators made right here in America. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Don't forget to check out their website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500.
Well, some super texters are reporting that there is fog this morning in some spots, so be careful as you're headed out. We do have delays on 24 westbound side through Laverne. It's pretty slow, too, a little more than normal on 24 if you're heading eastbound from Jolton and almost all the way into the merge with 65. Careful as you go there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to welcome on into the program Matthew Hurt. Matthew, always great to have you on, our grassroots political analyst. And Matthew, there's a lot going on in the world of politics, which isn't always necessarily the case in July heading into a midterm election. So, number one, let's talk about Mitch McConnell. Nobody really knows apparently what is going on with Mitch McConnell. You have some people who some would say have no credibility, independent journalists, Laura Loomer as well. They're saying that the Kentucky senator is brain dead. The networks aren't touching this story with a 10-foot pole. I don't know. What do you think about this story?
Well, Dan, it's great to be with you, and my mustache says hello, too. I've been digging in on this because we've, at work, at Leadership Institute, we teach people how to win elections, and so this was a big topic of conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
And something interesting about Kentucky state law, they experimented for 3 years, from 2021 to 2024, with a process that would allow the governor to appoint. That is no longer the case.
Got it.
So when the vacancy is established, Kentucky will have a special election. Now, that is unlike almost any other state. Only 4 states do not allow gubernatorial appointments: Kentucky, North Dakota, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin. Even Tennessee allows for a governor to appoint in a vacancy period. But then you dig in and you say, well, what is the law around when are you legally, quote unquote, legally dead in Kentucky? And if it is true that Senator McConnell is brain dead, that is establishment under Kentucky law of legally dead. Now, you mentioned a minute ago Laura Loomer. I have questions about her credibility. There's no doubt in my mind that she knows people who work in the administration. Mm-hmm. But at this point, D.C. is like the biggest episode of Mean Girls, and everyone spreads whatever rumor they think or they want to think. I think the Daily Beast was the only one yesterday that published a story, and they used Loomer as the primary source. So not entirely credible, and I'm not sure where we are in this space or in this story right now.
If I'm not mistaken, Matthew, I think the Daily Mail had it, but they were positioning it as this is what's being reported, not what they were confirming. Now, let me ask you a question, though. So knowing that these rumors are, coming out of Washington, D.C., why would somebody not come out and say this is Mitch McConnell's condition?
Well, that's the other question, Dan. It is rarely in the act. It is almost always in the cover-up.
Yep.
And you showed or you aired audio of Senator John Thune. If you're watching on YouTube, you could see it. Senator Thune could not make eye contact with Bret Baier, and his eyes darted around. Look, I'm not a body language expert, but when I'm telling the truth, when I'm talking to somebody, I'm looking at them in the eyes. And so there's that. There's the situation with Senator McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao. What you want to do in politics is get ahead of a scandal, to own the message and to be proactive. And right now we are in this place where the only thing being reported is rumors and hearsay. And so if I were Senator McConnell's political operation, I would say he is losing this debate because they don't own the message.
Is it wrong to assume that Mitch McConnell is brain dead?
I don't know if it is right or wrong to assume. I think that it is unlawful for a hospital to release medical records.
True.
But it would be in the best interest of Senator McConnell's office or his political operation to make a statement sometime in the very near future.
All right, I've got to ask this question: why keep it a secret?
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense necessarily. I've been around when politically important figures have passed and their political operations have been slow to respond. Sometimes there's grief. There's also a lot of unraveling. We're not sure if Senator McConnell, what Senator McConnell's estate planning looks like. So there are all these decisions that have to be made by more than one or more than a handful of people, attorneys and his wife and many others. And so that process may just take some time.
All right, so moving on then, let's talk about Graham Platner. And coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, I will do a deep dive into what is going on with him. But as you know, Matthew, and of course people probably know, that the very troubled Maine Senate candidate, he has had all kinds of accusations hurled at him. But yesterday, accusations from an ex-girlfriend who is a Democrat said that she was raped by a very drunk Graham Platner who walked into her home through an unlocked door. And apparently for the Democrats, a lot of people who have endorsed Graham Platner, a lot of people who have given money to Graham Platner, they are now asking him to drop out of this Senate race. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, it seems like he should have done this a long time ago, to be honest.
Well, as of yesterday, Graham Platner had not yet released his second quarter fundraising totals, which the second quarter ended at the end of June. Normally, a successful candidate would release those numbers very quickly. In addition to that, Senator Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Elizabeth Warren have withdrawn their support. But what's important for listeners to consider is the timeline is very important here. Today is July 7th. By July 13th, if Graham Platner withdraws from the race, the Maine Democratic Party can replace him on the ballot. And so this is not quite the same story as Kamala Harris in 2024, but very similar in that Graham Platner was overwhelmingly nominated by Democrats in Maine who were fine with a half dozen scandals. This final one is unpalatable for many of them, and now they have 6 days for Graham Platner to resign and for the Maine Democratic Party to, probably through its executive leadership committee, state central committee or state executive committee, to select a replacement nominee. And I would have to suspect it would be Governor Janet Mills, who, according to headlines over the last 24 hours, has gotten really quiet. And she, quote, doesn't seem to be interested. Well, if I'm looking at her and I say she's gotten really quiet, I'm saying she's building up an operation and talking to close friends and consultants.
Does that put the Republicans at a disadvantage? You know, I was thinking if they end up, let's say that Platner, he steps aside. So now the Republicans, if the Democrats appoint somebody who, I don't know, maybe isn't necessarily on the beaten path, then the Republicans, maybe they don't have all of their opposition research ready. That's number one. And number two, okay, so if it is Janet Mills or whoever it might be, that person is going to look like a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout compared to Graham Platner. So from that standpoint, whoever they bring in there is going to look very good compared to Platner. Is that by design or is that just how things ended up?
You know, Dan, you make two important points here. Anybody that replaces Graham Platner is going to look better than Graham Platner, and so there is a bit of perspective. Democrat voters will say, oh, wow, we now have somebody who is not scandal-ridden, and there'll be a boost. The other thing is, I suspect anybody that the Maine Democrats could pick already has an opposition research file for them. There's no way that Janet Mills doesn't have one and the others that they may be considering. And so you will see probably a boost, probably a little bit of a bump, but it's July 7th, and the election is far enough away. I mean, voters don't tune in until late August, early September. There's a lot of time to define whoever comes next, and I suspect organizations like the National Republican Senatorial Committee are already building out ads and other things where they can just drop in whoever the next candidate is.
All right, 6:45, more with Matthew Hurt coming up next. Time to check the roads on WTN. far as your weather goes, warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms and a high of 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Moving on to other things, Matthew Hurt joining us, grassroots political analyst. Matthew, I know that you saw the story of the Patriot Front supposedly on this bus or train with this lone black woman. Media was really trying to play this story up. It turns out apparently that, this woman is somebody who is homeless and kind of a train wreck herself. So there's a couple of things at play. Number one, I don't know, what are your thoughts on these guys that were accused of being part of the Patriot Front? Do you think they really are the Patriot Front? I mean, Matthew, you and I spoke a long time ago about the Virginia governor. Oh, what is the former Republican governor's name? Help me.
Glenn Youngkin.
Glenn Youngkin. Remember, Glenn Youngkin had an event, and there were like a handful of guys that show up, and people thought that they were, I don't know, whatever it was, white supremacists or something. And it turned out that they were part of some organization that was trying to make it look like these were the kind of people that were arriving at a Glenn Youngkin event. Do you remember that whole thing?
I do. They were placed there by, I believe it was the Lincoln Project.
Yep, you're right, the Lincoln Project.
Entities.
So, I don't know, what do you think about that whole story? It wouldn't surprise me if the Democrats did something like this to try to make Donald Trump's July 4th festivities or the festivities in Washington, D.C. Tarnished with a bunch of white supremacists. But I don't know. What do you think?
Dan, at this point, you cannot convince me that the Patriot Front are not feds in some capacity who dress up, LARP as white supremacists and show up to make news. They've been to too many things, and nobody's discovered who they are. I've been involved in right-of-center politics for 20 years, and I've never heard of them until these instances in the Trump years. I am very skeptical that these are people operating ostensibly on the right of center in quote unquote good faith, like they actually believe what they're doing, and they aren't paid or something by some left-wing agitating group.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me either. So, I mean, we'll ultimately find out. That story, I believe that story has faded pretty quickly when you put the whole thing in perspective, because you start talking about, okay, so now, and we did say this yesterday, you have this black woman surrounded by all of these, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them, yet she was not attacked. She was not stabbed. She, got out of there with no problems whatsoever. So in other words, now you have a situation where you just, have a bunch of guys that you disagree with, and the story seems to have faded pretty darn quickly. All right, wrapping this up, Matthew Hurt joining us. Matthew, I know it's been a couple of weeks since we've really talked much about the socialists taking over the Democrat Party. One of the things that I'm noticing is that now you do have people like Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, and others who are now saying, well, we have a big tent in the Democrat Party. We are welcoming these socialists into the Democrat Party. I think that these folks are terrified. I think the establishment Democrats are terrified of what their party is becoming. I've seen a couple of polls now that show that the Republicans are going to keep the Senate. I saw another one. I can't remember where I saw it, and it's frustrating to me that the Republicans will keep the House of Representatives. I think both are still in play, but things are looking a little bit better for the Republicans.
Yeah, this situation with Democrat socialists in the Democratic Party, we live in a two-party system. We're not in a parliamentary system. In May, in England, they had basically municipal elections, and the liberals in what they call the Labour Party, young idealistic socialists, actually voted for the Green Party. They have another option. We don't, even though there are Green parties, there are DSA, Democratic Socialists, on ballot lines in New York. We have third and minor parties. There is not a practical way to elect them in large numbers. And our political parties, the two major political parties, are empty vessels. They don't believe anything unless, except for the people who show up to those meetings, show up to nominate, show up to support candidates. And so you are going to see a leftward shift in the Democratic Party because these young idealistic socialists are getting involved in the process, and the establishment, quote unquote, whoever that is, has to go along, or they'll face a primary challenger.
Yeah, I mean, they were yelling at Hakeem Jeffries, "You're next, you're next," and so we'll have to see where the whole thing goes. But do you believe the polling that shows that Harry Enton had it on CNN, where just little bit more of a possibility that the Republicans will keep the Senate? Do you believe those numbers, or to you, is it just too close to call?
I think that there's still too much time on the electoral calendar, but that at least on the Senate side, Republicans are in pretty good shape.
All right, Matthew, how can people follow you? And by the way, I do love the mustache. I was just, when I called it a porn stash, I mean that with all due love and respect. I actually really like the mustache. It took me a second to get used to it. If you are a radio listener and you don't know about Matthew Hurt's mustache, go to the YouTube page or the Facebook, go to Super Talk TV, and you can see the mustache that roared. That is Matthew Hurt. Matthew, how can people follow you on X?
I'm on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right, thank you, Matthew, and we'll talk to you again soon. It is 6:52. See, I tried, Joe. Do you think I pulled off the mustache?
Well, not like Matthew did.
No, he's got a rockin' mustache.
Yeah.
He's got like a Morgan Wallen kind of a mustache.
So I think there's a little jealousy going on here.
Oh, it's not a little, it's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I'm glad you know.
Yeah, I couldn't make the stash work.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why I couldn't. You know what? Maybe I'll play around with it. Should I go ahead and, because I couldn't.
I think you need to go handlebar.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
No. I actually could go handlebar if I wanted to, because my mustache, it actually starts doing that whole handlebar thing if I let it go long enough.
Well, I'm talking Hulk Hogan-esque handlebar. Downward.
Oh, doing that whole thing?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Would Amy stay with you?
I think at this point, Amy would use any excuse to flee, to be perfectly honest. So she'd just use that as an excuse.
Would she wax your lip in the middle of the night?
Sure. Anyway, got to go. 6:52, Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you are ready to save some money, my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are buzzing with some of the sweetest deals of the season. You buy a select high-efficiency unit and get a free air duct fogging and a UV light home treatment to help keep your home's air cleaner and fresher. How about some plumbing deals? You can save $800 on whole home water and drain line replacements, or take $500 off a Halo 5D scaler and whole home water filtration systems. Now, one more cool thing that Busy Bee is doing for the month of July. You join the Beehive Club, you are going to get a free yearly Beehive membership to give to someone else in your neighborhood. By the way, if you need some financing, they can help you with that as well. 0% financing for 18 months, no interest if paid in full within that time. Great savings as usual from Busy Bee HVAC. Find them online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling offers valid with approved credit where applicable. Restrictions apply. See website for complete details and disclaimers. Dan Mandis here, 654. You've heard Matt Murphy and I talk about Contours and that amazing red light technology for reducing stubborn belly fat. But let's talk about what it does for your face. Now, for years, I have had laugh lines on either side of my mouth and wrinkles on my forehead. And yes, those awesome bags under my eyes that makes me look so tired because I work in morning radio. Anyway, Contours red light technology can help fade those wrinkles and those lines through reasonably priced and effective facials from my friends at Contours. Now, best of all the treatments, they were relaxing, comfortable, and no downtime. Again, red light technology, it is incredible. Now, if you want to try it, Reach out to my friends at Contours and ask for the Mandis deal. Right now, you call right now, you can get 40% off the regular price. This is just for limited time only, so you've got to call right now for those facials at 40% off. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Book your appointment online, contoursllc.com. By the way, if you'd like to check out Contours in person, both Matt and I will be hosting an open house on Saturday, July 18th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can come out, see how it all works, talk to the staff, and ask how they can help you. That is on Saturday, July 18th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Contours LLC. Take a few years off your appearance without surgery, needles, or downtime. ContoursLLC.com. $6:58. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. You know, Joan, talking about Mitch McConnell and Braindead, we've been talking about brain-dead politicians for a long time. What's one more?
Somebody said on the Super Text line that he's the most plugged-in politician in all of Washington, D.C.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like medical machines plugged in? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a double entendre.
I'm a little slow this morning,
Yeah.
it would appear. So I got it now. That's very funny, I suppose. Do you know who I would love to see take over from Mitch McConnell? And by the way, I feel like it's a little unseemly. Can I just be honest? I feel like it's a little unseemly to talk about who should replace Mitch McConnell when we don't even know what his status is, if you will.
I think it's more unseemly that we're talking about a guy who hasn't been around for 3 weeks and we don't know anything about him, and he's supposed to be leading our country.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, he should have been retired a long time ago. That's the thing that really angers me, is that when he started freezing up, they need to, they should have, one way or another, forced him out. I mean, this is one of those, I'm not for age limits, but when you start freezing up or when you start going down like Dianne Feinstein, you've got to just, as a party, do something different, encourage them to step down, whatever they need to do. Anyway, Daniel Cameron, former Attorney General for Kentucky, he would be an incredible choice to take over for Mitch McConnell. All right, it is 7 o'clock, WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we've got your forecast and traffic coming up in 5. We're hearing from the Clarksville police chief for the first time since a man who was placed under arrest in Clarksville last week later died in jail. Officers used a canine to subdue 34-year-old Darius Chappelle during his arrest. Here's News 2's Liz DeSantis.
His cause of death has not yet been released. For the first time since Chappelle's death, Clarksville Police Chief Ty Burdine issued a written statement expressing condolences to the family and saying the department takes the incident, quote, very seriously, and confirming the officer who deployed the canine was placed on administrative leave the morning after the arrest.
Now, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office also saying that Chappelle was taken to Vanderbilt of Clarksville Hospital to receive treatment after he was arrested, and he was medically cleared in order to be booked into the jail. It's in its report, the sheriff's office also said that Chappelle had been wanted on a felony parole violation and had a warrant out for his arrest. He ran away from deputies as they attempted to arrest him and then physically resisted, assaulting a first responder. Fresh trouble for Graham Platner, the Democratic socialist running to unseat Republican Susan Collins in Maine, now accused of raping a former girlfriend. Jenny Rasico tells Politico and CNN that 5 years ago, Platner showed up to her house very drunk, demanding sex, and even though she said no several times, he forced himself on her. Platner denies the allegations, but says he's taking time now to consider his next steps. ABC's Jay O'Brien says he's lost support among Democrats.
Congressman Ro Khanna, who was a big name endorser of Graham Platner, who campaigned with him not long ago, pulled his endorsement, as did Senator Ruben Gallego. Chuck Schumer, obviously the top Democrat in the Senate. Kirsten Gillibrand, the chair of the committee in charge of electing Democrats to the Senate and taking back power in that chamber, put out a joint statement in which they called the allegations, quote, incredibly disturbing, and they called on Platner to immediately withdraw. Maine's state Democratic Party also called on Platner to immediately withdraw.
Now, Platner has until July 13th to drop out so the party can replace him on the ballot. A federal judge has ruled that President Trump's mass pardons for people convicted over the January 6th Capitol events do not apply to a Virginia man charged with planting pipe bombs near the national headquarters of the Democrat and Republican parties. Brian Cole's attorneys argued that the blanket pardon applied to him as well, but the judge ruled he hadn't even been charged at the time of the pardon, so he is not covered by it. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got a mixed futures market. The Dow futures up 145, NASDAQ futures minus 329, and the S&P futures are down 16 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So You'll have to sign any paperwork.
It's a crash in Laverne on westbound 24, past Old Hickory Boulevard, south exit number 62. It's got 2 left lanes blocked. That's going to cause some big delays this morning. It's closed off on Veterans Parkway in Murfreesboro for some road work this morning between Armstrong Valley Road and New Salem Highway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Welcome on into a Tuesday. It is July 7th, and as far as your weather goes, you just heard warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms and a high of 90 degrees. So there's a lot of problems in Graham Platner's world. I think we're all just waiting for the announcement as to when he'll be stepping down. But there is now another woman. We've been talking about this all morning long, off and on. There is a woman named Rachel Rassicot telling CNN's Jake Tapper that he absolutely did rape her. Now, she said that he shows up at her house late at night drunk, raped her. She said, "Do not come in." He did. The door was unlocked. This is from CNN. The detailed allegations were first reported by Politico yesterday. She told the outlet over the course of 3 interviews that Platner forced her to have sex with him against her will in 2021. Platner has vehemently denied the allegations. She told Politico that Platner was almost blackout drunk when the incident took place. Now, part of his denials have been that the women coming forward, that they were either politically motivated accusations or that the women were drunk. And this is the response from his accuser. This was last night on CNN with Jake Tapper.
I thought, here's a man who was drunk and who, by dictionary definition, raped me. And he's blaming drunk women. So I just felt like that was a very odd take to have on that. And I also feel like with all of the comments that he made about women, sexual assault, rape, even, the comments that he had made that was in the New York Times article about, threatening people with rape, like, why does this person have this issue, like, scattered throughout their life, throughout their commentary, like it's on their mind? Why do they have such a strong opinion about women coming forward with allegations? Like, I just feel like this isn't the first time.
One of the things about Platner, and we've talked about this, is that, remember when he said, according to the New York Times, that another ex-girlfriend came out and said that he told her that if a guy ever broke into their home, that he would rape that man in a dominating way, not a sexual way. This guy is just weird and bizarre.
So I was getting into an argument with my younger brother about this particular candidate, and I walked him through, like, in this claim of what he would do to a home intruder. Oh, there's no sexual element to it. But then how does your brain know to respond in kind, in a way to make that an achievable task?
Right. The guy is just bizarre, creepy, overly aggressive. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything that he does, you can see him in interviews and you can see him just out on the campaign trail. He just seems like a very aggressive individual, and that tracks with a lot of these various allegations.
When he was making that video yesterday, he looked like a deer in the headlights. Just completely glazed over. Like, what just happened to me?
Well, if you, again, when I heard that he had been accused of rape from this woman who was actually a Democrat, I mean, it didn't surprise me. It tracks with all of these other accusations. Yeah. So Platner seemed to have this very bizarre and recurring theme in his adult life. Rape, bizarre sexual comments as well. Remember the whole thing about porta potties and what they inspired him to do? Very bizarre story. And so this woman is not the first woman to accuse him of sexual assault or rape. The Democrats are now deciding to believe this woman, I think, because she is one of their own. She is a Democrat. And so I think now the Democrats are like, okay, we cannot continue to go on. She was, by the way, she was asked by Jake Tapper, why is it that you are now coming forward?
A few reasons. One of the biggest ones is that I think that there are a lot of men in this world relying on the silence of women and to be where they are. And I don't want to contribute to that. I also want to just get my life back.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me.
So that is Graham Platner. And one of the things she also said, by the way, is that this whole thing was not politically motivated. When Tapper pressed her on the potential blowback from Platner's supporters who claim that she was motivated by politics, she said that she could not disagree more with them and that she wrestled with a huge moral conflict because she agrees with Platner politically. Do you know, I just realized, Joan, I don't mean to put it in this way, but if you were raped, would you have a huge moral conflict over whether or not to talk about it because of politics? Do you know what I mean? Because she says, oh, I didn't know if I should come forward because I agree with Platner politically. I don't mean to victim shame, but oh my gosh.
That's the woke mind virus at play, right? Pitting you against your own better senses and this thing called, being rational.
Yeah, I can't imagine if someone did that to me. I would most certainly, regardless of whether or not I agreed with this person politically, if somebody did that to me, there would be absolutely no question as to whether or not I would say something. It's interesting because one of the things that she said, and I'm not victim blaming or shaming or anything else, but one of the things that she said was that men rely on the silence of women. Well, you've been silent for 5 years. So that's also part of this discussion. I'm not denying that it happened, but I am saying that you were silent for 5 years.
Couldn't she at this point still charge him?
You know what? That's a great question. Sam, what is the statute of limitations for rape in Maine? That's what we need to know. And you're right. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, Joan said that he absolutely looks like a deer in headlights as he is denying these allegations.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict. We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins.
So, Joan, it's 20 years.
So she could. And does it require for her to make that would be a civil charge, right? So he could still be criminally charged if the prosecutors in that area decided to take this up.
Yeah, so real quick, Sam, it's 20 years for a criminal charge. That's the statute of limitations for rape.
Yeah, so to Joan's point about the civil side, there is generally, it's state to state, but the emotional distress lawsuit kicks in when you realize the injury has occurred. So if something like a rape happened and you didn't deal with it for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, and then you realize the impact of the injury, then you can make the argument you still have a civil case to make. But as far as the criminal charges go, if she went to the police and filled out a police report and started an investigation, she's well within the statute of limitations to do so.
Okay.
But she would have to...
The burden of proof.
Yeah, well, basically she would have to initiate it. There's.
So then that's the question. Is there any kind of text messages back and forth where he admits, I'm sorry, I was drunk, or some sort of evidence that would show that this actually occurred? But the Democrats clearly believe her because Ro Khanna, Senator Ruben Gallego, Even your favorite Hassan Piker, Sam, said that he believes the allegation against Graham Platner. So, and you heard him in the video that I just played, in the audio that I just played. He's getting ready to step down. I mean, I think that it's only a matter of time. His funding has also dried up, and the likes of Elizabeth Warren, who is on record as saying Graham Platner is her kind of guy, well, he's going to be stepping down. It sounds like any moment now. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Laverne, 24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard South. We've got an accident blocking the 2 left lanes. Watch for delays. No problems on 65 or 40. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms and a high of 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So apparently this rape allegation is the red line for Democrats. Remember the other things that we've all talked about over the last few months: the Nazi tattoo, the intimidating, volatile, abusive behavior towards women, those accusations, sexting other women while married, homophobic slurs, the online bullying and bad-mouthing other veterans. I mean, there's a lot there.
Do you think that there's a chance that the Democrats, and I'm not talking about voters, but the Democrat Party, realized or maybe have other claims against him that are still yet to be released, and realize that he's really not going, he's going to drag them down. So they decided to get rid of him, and they released this information and, brought it out, maybe paid this woman to bring it out now so that they could get him, because, they're at that point where it's July 16th is a date that he's got to drop out, and for them to replace him on the ballot. So it seems kind of odd that the timing would be, hey, a week before, let's off him.
I think that they realized that, by and large, that they were not going to be able to win with Graham Platner. So what they decided to do was they waited a week before the deadline so that they could off him, destroy his political career, which is fine because he did it to himself. So now they've got a week to, depending on when he resigns or when he steps down and ends his campaign, they've got, a couple of weeks, I guess, to put somebody else in there. But the Republicans are not going to have a lot of time, depending on who they put in, to start, their opposition research on whoever it is that they replace Graham Platner with. But most people who the Democrats have at their disposal in Maine, the Republicans already have that opposition research. So to me, I think that they realized that they were not going to be able to win with this dude. Did they stretch it out? It seems like maybe they did, so that they could bail on him at this particular moment in time. But the thing is, at least to me, what they managed to do is destroy their own credibility, because they stood by this guy with all of those things that I just mentioned. They stood by this guy. And so now, I mean, obviously there is this allegation. It is a horrible allegation, but again, you stood by this guy when he did all of these other things. Now this is the red line in the sand. Okay, that's all fine. I mean, everybody's got their ultimate red line, but I mean, this guy should have been gone 2 or 3 scandals ago.
I would proffer, is there a schism within the Democrat Party? We've got those primary winners in New York, the radical communists, right? Mamdani seems to be kind of leading this new wave, riding AOC's coattails in that aspect. Could there be, the old guard of the Democrat Party with, as Joan, offered up the idea, did they time this up? Did they release this on time? Maybe incentivize this woman to come out, but not everyone was on the same page. I would wonder if there is a split going on in the Democrat Party that would lead to stuff like this happening, to make sure that the more radical candidates are kept out so that they don't lose all the power eventually.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, there is a battle going on within the Democrat Party. We know that. Whether they're willing to admit it or not, there is a battle going on within the Democrat Party, the socialists versus the more mainstream of the party. But I think that it was obvious that Platner, again, he should have been gone a couple of scandals ago, but they decided to stick with him. By the way, This is what's amazing, Joan, is that you have now Democrats that are saying, well, Graham Platner, he wasn't really vetted. Have you heard this?
Oh, I did hear these, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, Scott Jennings from CNN said, right.
All of the things that have been stated, it was all out in the public. And people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tim Walz, the Bulwark, Pod Save America, all these people came together to overlook it all, to explain it all, to rationalize it all. He was vetted. People knew all these things. And a whole bunch of Democrats in Maine showed up and voted for him anyway. And a bunch of donors from around the country sent him money anyway. What changed? Why are you bailing on Graham Platner now? You already signed off on Nazi tattoo, a self-described communist, somebody who's had rape fantasies, somebody who has been on a social media platform known as a playground for predators, and on and on and on and on and on. And the difference between this accuser and the previous one is simply this. She's a liberal. It's okay, I guess, for Democrats that their candidates assault conservatives. But he broke into someone's house and apparently, according to her, raped her. And because her politics are correct, they can now believe it.
Yeah, remember the woman who made the allegations before was a conservative who at one point, Joan, worked for the Heritage Foundation. So, and, you know, we talked about this with Matthew Hurt, where whoever they bring in is going to look really good compared to Graham Platner. So I think that is also part of what the Democrats are doing. Pretty sneaky. We'll have to see if it works for them. It is 7:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Joan has the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, emotional testimony during yesterday's mini trial for Charlie Kirk's alleged killer. That's at 7:30 here on Super Talk 99.7.
Here's a man who was drunk.
WTN.
$7:22 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, whether we're talking about waterproofing, concrete leveling, or foundation repair, my friends at USS, United Structural Systems, they are the best here in the state of Tennessee. Now, these types of issues, they do not get better over time. They get worse without the proper fix. You know that. USS knows that, and they are here to help you. Now, they've helped me over the years with my foundation. I can tell you from personal experience that they treated me right. Communication was outstanding. The work was excellent, and customer service, as always, was top notch. Now, these folks at United Structural Systems, they've been helping Middle Tennesseans for a long time because they do it right. And yes, they are going to treat you right. And by the way, if you don't have the money right now to fix whatever is ailing your home, they can help you with special financing. That's right. USS has not one, not two, but 3 different ways to help you get the work that you need done. Now, number 1, you can get a 10% discount when you pay in full, or you can take the fix it now, pay it later option with 18 months, no payment, no interest, or you can choose the 36 months, no interest with low payments option for qualified homeowners. So call them, USS, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Friends, if you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, do not refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. courtesy of Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loans. That's right, Dan Mandis here. You know, with Loan Pronto, you can get all the cash you need without touching that all-important first mortgage and without any fees. That's right. Now, one local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 every single month. Now, it does get even better because there is no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, and no long drawn-out process when you go through Loan Pronto, and no closing costs. You might even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. So call Loan Pronto right now. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact, but get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. Find them online. It's loanpronto.com and see how much money you can get right now. That's loanpronto.com. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780 for qualified homeowners, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. $7:29, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. All right, so go watch us on YouTube. It looks really good today. Apparently the camera issues that we experienced yesterday, Joan, are all fixed.
Oh, well, that was nice of them.
Very excited that everything seems to be working today on the morning show. That doesn't necessarily happen every day.
For now.
So, yeah, exactly, for now. You know what? Of course, Mandis would bring it up. I would jinx it is what you would say. So go to the YouTube, watch us on YouTube, watch us on Twitter, 997WTN.com. Rumble is always there as well. And after the show, you can watch the YouTube feed anytime you want. You can download the show, listen to the show wherever you stream as well. Got a lot more straight ahead right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we've got your forecast and traffic still coming up in 5 minutes. Happening last night, a man was killed in a high-speed crash on Murfreesboro Pike in South Nashville. 22-year-old Ali Al-Atabi reportedly crashed into a Tesla traveling at 70 miles an hour, where the speed limit is 45. The driver of that Lexus wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He was thrown from the car and taken to a hospital where he died. Al-Atabi has been booked into Metro Jail. Kentucky officials confirm a little 4-year-old boy was killed over the weekend after an accident involving fireworks.
Pulaski County Coroner's Office confirmed Rhett Luttrell died Saturday night. Investigators say a tube of fireworks fell over as it was going off and hit him.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Charlie Kirk's accused killer spent Monday in court, where the evidence against him was presented in a mini trial of sorts. Also in the courtroom, Erica Kirk and Charlie's parents. Observers said the judge flinched when the video of Kirk's assassination was played.
It was an emotional day for the Kirk family, who left the courtroom during graphic testimony.
A lot of people were screaming, setting up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Prosecutors laying out their case in a mini trial to convince a judge there's enough evidence to try Robinson for gunning down the conservative activist at his event at Utah Valley University.
ABC's Kanya Whitworth. If you want to vote in Tennessee's primary election, better be sure you're registered to vote. Registration will end tomorrow night. You can register at govotetn.gov. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32. Celebrate America's 250th birthday by declaring your independence from low testosterone at Low T Center. Now you can start with a free T test. You can stay on treatment for 90 days and get $250 back. Now it's the Low T Center's 250 for 250, and yes, it is going on right now. So listen, guys, if you've lost a step or two, maybe your energy levels are down, brain fog, maybe a lack of motivation, don't ignore the signs of low testosterone. Do yourself a favor and go to fixmylowt.com and get tested, get answers, and get your life back. Now, you deserve it. A lot of guys, they're embarrassed to go get tested. It does happen to a lot of guys, low T. The smart ones seek answers and get help. Low T Center is the place you need to go. And don't forget that great deal going on right now. You can start with a free T test, stay on treatment for 90 days, and get $250 back. It's the Low T Center's 250 for 250. It is going on right now. Check them out. Visit fixmylowt.com and book your free T test. The offer is going to end on July 31st. That's fixmylowt.com. Terms and conditions apply. $7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Mark Spain. Real estate, if you're stuck in a home that you simply cannot sell, you've got to call Mark Spain. This is happening to a lot of people across Middle Tennessee. If your open houses, they're being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making those costly repairs while your house is not being sold, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer does keep you in control. You're going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit when you call Mark Spain. Now, they've got over 72,000 satisfied clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got 13,000 five-star reviews. They can't be wrong. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home here in Middle Tennessee. So call Mark Spain right now and get out of your home fast and move on to the next chapter in your life. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number, 855-299-SOLD, or find them online anytime. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Yeah, they're still working on that accident on 24 westbound side past Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit number 62. And yeah, they still have 2 left lanes blocked off by it. It's pretty jammed up in that area, too. Paytonsville, I-840 eastbound near Paytonsville Trinity Road, exit 34. Watch for an accident in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven 736 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line very active today. Thank you. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. There is a lot going on. I know that it seems like there is, a lot of news that is bad in the world today. Well, I'm about to give you some more. Because the ramifications of Joe Biden's open border policies continues with story after story of the consequences being felt by the American people. Now, the reason why this is so important is because we do have, of course, the midterm elections going on. Now, the other day, I think yesterday we gave you a little bit of this story. A new Federal Reserve working paper found the record surge in illegal immigration under Joe Biden triggered higher home prices and rents. The findings arrive as immigration remains a polarizing political issue. Republicans argue former President Joe Biden's border policies strained housing and public resources. It's supply and demand. You sort of artificially allow all of these millions and millions of people into our country. Then what does that do for supply and demand? Well, if it's housing, you have a lot fewer homes for a lot more people. That means the prices are going to go up, whether we're talking about buying homes or renting homes as well. The economists estimate unauthorized immigrant worker flows accounted for about 30% of the home price growth and about 20% of rent growth in the average metropolitan area between March of 2021 and March of 2024. I mean, it makes perfect sense. And I know here in Nashville, a couple of months ago, we talked about how with a lot of the mass deportations and a lot of self-deportations as well, the rental price for apartments and so forth here in Nashville is actually going down. The paper describes 2021 through 2024 as an unprecedented boom in illegal immigration. Well, that is certainly true. So that is one of several stories that I have here regarding illegal immigration. The record surge in illegal immigration, forcing home prices and rents higher. Now, we also have the story out of Pennsylvania. I told you about this yesterday. That state trooper that was killed by a Haitian illegal alien flown in by the Biden administration during his massive expansion of the parole program. So that's another one that we have been talking about. Last week, We had the story of the mother of Sheridan Gorman, Jess Gorman, who blasted the Democrats during testimony on Capitol Hill. You remember this, some very compelling testimony.
I don't understand why it's only the Republican side that cares about our American children. And I know that you're a mother. I know that you're a father. I deeply value that. But basically what you just did, what you said was, I'm so sorry for your loss. I have a daughter too. I have a son. I feel your pain. You don't. You don't feel my pain. Because the next words out of your mouth were, but. There's no but. When your child is in a coffin, there's no but. And I need you to understand that. And if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. I'm going to buy you a bench. You can put that on the record. I'm going to buy Congress a bench. And they can come and sit and hold my hand and look me in the eye and explain to me why illegal immigrants are more important than my daughter.
I mean, isn't that the case, really? I mean, that is the ultimate question, because it is obvious, and this is important going into the midterm elections. It is obvious that illegal aliens are far more important to the Democrats than the American people. By the way, I don't know if anybody mentioned this. I'm sure somebody did, but you know that yesterday, Sheridan Gorman would have been 19 years old. Now, of course, you know that Sheridan Gorman, at the age of 18, was shot and killed walking down the streets of Chicago by an illegal alien. So to this mother's point, this heartbroken mother's point, the Democrats time and time again have put illegal aliens in front of the American citizens. You know, the Democrats understood that home prices and rents would go up if you let all of these illegal aliens into our country, yet they allowed it anyway. They also knew, because we talked about it. I talked about it here on WTN. We all knew that some of these folks coming into our country, some of these illegal aliens coming in from places like Venezuela and Mexico and El Salvador and Guatemala, were drug runners, bad hombres, and we knew that some American citizens would be assaulted or killed at the hands of Joe Biden's illegal aliens, and they did it anyway. And they knew that it was going to happen. And so she's right. Jess Gorman is right. Blasting the Democrats for putting illegal aliens above the American people. That's what folks need to remember heading into the midterm elections. So why am I doing this? Why am I pointing out just in the last week some of these stories that have been out there? Well, because nobody else is going to cover it, right? I mean, talk radio will. It's Channel 5. It's Channel 4. It's Channel 2. It's Channel 17. Lord knows the Tennessean won't. But these are important topics to talk about. One of the things that, and we've talked about this with Senator Haggerty, one of the reasons that the Democrats wanting to bring in all of these illegal aliens to backfill their cities so they could keep congressional representation in the House of Representatives, because so many people are fleeing those cities. And also, we do know that the Democrats want to pass their own legislation nationally to allow illegal aliens to vote at the national level. So then the millions that they let in would be allowed to vote, and that would keep the Democrats in power. That's what's going on. So as we have the midterm elections coming up, all of these stories are important. And so just a few minutes ago, we were talking about how we are reminded every day of the consequences of Joe Biden's open border policies, and more broadly speaking, the Democrats' vast sanctuary city policies. It seems like every single day there's another one. And I just found this. A woman raped and kidnapped by an illegal alien from El Salvador.
ICE says just a few days ago, Fairfax County Police arrested Juan Arevalo for rape and kidnapping. Arevalo has a long rap sheet, which includes 2 convictions of aggravated assault, 2 for property damage, as well as attempted maiming, failure to appear, aggravated assault with a weapon, assault twice, drug possession, illegal reentry, making a false report, and obstructing justice. He was also previously arrested for assault, abduction, identity theft, drug possession, and larceny. Sean Kennedy with Virginians for Safe Communities tells us some of those crimes might never have happened had Fairfax County Commonwealth's Attorney Steve Descano not dropped previous charges against Arevalo, or if he had notified ICE he was in custody so they could deport him.
He's accused of rape 1, which is the most serious crime in Virginia short of murder. He's eligible for life in prison, and previously was arrested after a very dangerous high-speed chase where he put not only officers' lives in danger but a number of people on 495. So this individual is very dangerous and has proven himself a threat to the community and was yet again released by Steve Descano.
All right, so who is Steve Descano? We'll talk about that straight ahead. I'll give you a hint. Joan's laughing. She knows.
I know who he is.
Joan's laughing.
Yeah.
She knows because she's from the area. Steve Descano. I'll give you a hint as to who he is. George Soros. More straight ahead. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Laverne, 24 westbound past Old Hickory Boulevard South. Accident blocks the 2 left lanes. We've got stop-and-go traffic from Waldron Road. Paytonsville, 840 eastbound. Reports of an accident near Paytonsville Trinity Road. No problems on 65 or 40. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, it's going to be hot. Not as hot as it has been, but warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms. High around 90, and appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you just heard a guy in Virginia talking about the situation there where a local woman raped and kidnapped by an illegal alien from El Salvador. Went through the whole process about how this guy has been in the country for years, and the sanctuary city policies have protected this guy. And who is guilty of doing that? Steve Descano. So who is Steve Descano? He is the Commonwealth's attorney for Fairfax County, Virginia. So he's basically one of these soft on crime, pro-illegal immigration, George Soros-funded district attorneys. That's basically who Steve Descano is. And he told his office not to cooperate with ICE. So this guy is a pro-crime district attorney. And our country is full of them. We've got one in Memphis, as a matter of fact. One of the worst was Steve Mulroy, I think is his name. So this is going on all across the country. Now, the good news is that mass deportation does continue. The numbers, not what we had hoped for, but Tom Homan, he was on with Laura Ingram. This is what he said the other day as mass deportation does continue. It does move forward.
Well, I've said from day one, everybody's on the table. And if you look at the numbers, what I looked at yesterday, just over half of everybody we're arresting is a criminal. So about half are non-criminals. So everybody's on the table. You know, when President Trump wants to prioritize public safety threats, yeah, we may prioritize, and we got a list. We got 4 criminals and 4 non-criminals. Try to get the child predator first. But bottom line is, everybody's on the table. The numbers show it's about half and half now. So, you know, and with the more additional resources we got from the reconciliation bill, you wait to see what the numbers are this year. I'm not going to say in the last week, ICE has broken historic records every single day, and we're not going to stop. We're going to add more resources. We're going to add more targeting. We got millions of people we need to find in the next couple of years, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So that is Tom Homan, and obviously that is good news. We've got to deport as many as we can, because I guarantee you, if we get voted out of the White House in 2028, then deportation will no doubt stop. It is 7:48 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan, I don't know if you are watching the super text line, but people are complaining about some traffic issues on, I guess, is it 40? So a couple of accidents. 7706 says there's 2 accidents on 41 going east, but I don't know where 41 is. I don't know if they mean 40, because people are also talking about
That's parallel to 24.
Okay. So let's just do a real quick updated traffic report if we could, because people are texting in about the problems. So I don't know if Joan wants to do that or if Sam wants to do that, but what's going on?
So, there is a crash on 24. Now, super texters are saying that crash has been moved, but the traffic center is telling us that they still have one right lane blocked off 24 west at Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit number 62. There is an accident on 40 eastbound before Briley Parkway, and the right exit lane is blocked off by that one. You've got 40 westbound in Glen Cliff, an accident at Spence Lane, exit 213. One on Harding Place in Creve Hall at Sidco Drive, and another on Harding Place east of Nolansville Pike. That's in Paragon Mills. So that's traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You see, Joan, Sam just accused me of throwing to you for traffic because it is his claim that I was out of content.
No.
That is exactly what you said to me.
I was joking.
Off the air.
I was joking. I was
You
jabbing.
said how to tell that Dan Mandis is out of content without saying he's out of content, throwing to Joan for traffic. I am not out of content. I've got a crap ton more. I have not even used everything that I have. But when I go to the text line and I see people talking about traffic reports, and I know the situation with our current traffic situation where sometimes stuff is missed, there's no other way to say it, then I just want to make sure that we are up to date on all of our traffic. And do you know what I called Joan? Up to date. That's what we call Joan. Up to date. Up to date Joan. That's what my name is for you off the air. Up to date Joan.
Really?
So that no, not
when you
really.
talk about me around the coffee table?
I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time.
You're telling me now for the first time.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see here. 6226. You've also been on the air for 8 hours. Well, whatever. That's okay. You know what? I'm feeling good. And did Red Eye last night. Had a good show there. Feeling like today's show going much better than yesterday.
Who texted that? Who's that?
As a matter of fact, 6226.
Check back in on Friday.
Oh, stop it. Yeah, you know what? On Friday, Joan, just so you know, up to date, Joan, I'll be sending, to you, I'll be throwing to you for traffic like every 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's
great.
what's
I
gonna
love when
happen.
you do that. Because
I know.
Totally not ready. And no, I don't mind, really. I don't mind at all.
Do you know what I love, though? I love the text line because they totally call me out on stuff. 0928. You're out of content. Using time to talk about it proves his point. Whatever. You know what? Okay, fine. Donald Trump is out there talking again about Ted Cruz going to the Supreme Court. So I've got that story for you. We can talk about the Trump accounts again because that's a very exciting. I haven't even gotten to the soccer team that lost in the World Cup. The U.S.
Don't even get me started.
So you want to, we got David Cohn coming up. Of course, he is my resident sports expert. So David Cohn is going to be joining us at 8:06 because I want to know how much of a violation it was of FIFA protocol when Donald Trump checked in with the FIFA president and said, hey, can you look at that red card and was it really necessary? And FIFA overturned, the president overturned the red card.
The president didn't. Oh, the president of FIFA. I got
The president of FIFA.
Yes, got you.
President Trump checked in with the president of FIFA. The president of FIFA did what the president of FIFA does and had the red card overturned.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't help us though. We got our butts kicked. What was the last? The
4-1.
4-1.
They let the first goal in the first 8 minutes.
So what was now what President Trump needs to do is call the president of FIFA and say, we're going to protest.
Those jokes have already rolled out on the internet.
Oh, have they?
All the pages that posted the final score, people in the comments being like, maybe Trump will get on the phone and demand that the score get revoked.
Can we do that?
No.
Are you sure? Who did we lose to?
Belgium.
Can we bomb Belgium? You know what? That's what we need to do, Joan. We bomb
Definitely.
Belgium until they forfeit the win.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Sure. I'm sure that Pete Hegseth would have no problem with that.
That's exactly right.
Give us your waffles.
What do you
Belgium
get if you win the World Cup?
a golden statue thingy.
So give us your golden statue thingy, or we're going to bomb you. That's what we need to say.
They'll get whooped by Spain. Spain will send them home.
So when are we doing this sports thing? So I know when to go take a testosterone break.
8:06, Joan.
All right,
8:06.
thanks.
All right, very good, David. By the way, so David Cohn. I love David Cohn. All right, so I'm not bagging on David Cohn. Let me see if I can find the text, because this was really funny. I totally called him out on it too. So I asked him if he wanted to appear on this radio program. I said, hey, want to come on tomorrow regarding the soccer thing? So here's his response. Sorry. Here's his response. You ready? Let me check what time my hit is with Megyn Kelly quickly. 30 seconds later, yeah, I can do 8:06 tomorrow. So
you think he was name dropping?
I think he was name dropping Megyn. Now listen, can I just tell you that if I was going to be on Megyn Kelly's show, you darn right well, I would be name dropping too. I think what he's telling me is he's got, bigger, better looking hosts that he's going to be on with as well. So clearly I'm not the top of the heap for one David Cohn. And by the way, congratulations. That's actually pretty cool. Do you know what I heard, actually? I heard from a very good source that Megyn Kelly heard David Cohn on my show and reached out to see if he would supplement her program as well. That's what I heard.
Really?
I'm not going to ask him that at 8:06, but let's just all assume that it's true.
I have other theories, but yes, we'll go with yours.
All right, we got to go. 7:50. See, now I'm out of content, and now I'm late. How does that even happen? I'm totally kidding. I'm not out of content. 7:55. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, Metro Council's public hearing on data centers is tonight. Council's capping the amount of speaking time. We'll explain. It's coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Matt is here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee. So whether it's non-surgical, spinal decompression, or the brand new Medical Bay 1, the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help get you off the sidelines and back into the game. Now, they did it for me years ago, and they can do it for you today. Now, this Medical Bay 1, right now, they've got a great deal going on. You call them up, you mention my name, you get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. Now, what is Medical Bay 1? What it does, it uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So, have an active summer and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com, painisbad.com. Dan Matt is here for my friends at the Glock Store. Now check this out. Friday, August 7th, the Glock Store is having a VIP day featuring the brand new O-Sight optics. Now, if you've seen these reviews for the O-Sight optics, they're pretty phenomenal. Bigger, clearer viewing window, and an excellent value for the price. That's what folks are saying about the O-Sight optics. It's got a longer battery life and multiple brightness settings. Now, what I always do with the Glock Store is they always have the latest and greatest technology. So if I see something that piques my interest, I go to the Glock Store. These O-Sight optics, they do seem incredible. So on Friday, August 7th from noon to 5, you'll get a chance to check out these O-Sight optics up close. And making a special appearance is Short Shot Tony. Now, he's a hilarious gun enthusiast. He's a YouTube influencer, and he's going to be there to help you learn and understand how to use these Osite optics. Lenny McGill, of course, will be there as well, and they've got a lot of Glocks at the Glock store. As you know, you're going to be hands-on with Osite optics in the Shoot 270 shooting rooms. Get expert CCW tips and tactics, learn red dot install and bore sighting techniques, and a whole lot more. Plus, they're going to have a delicious catered lunch at the Glock store. Don't forget, this is on Friday, August 7th. You can check out these Osite optics up close. Also, when you buy your tickets, you're going to get a gift bag full of gear worth over $2,000. That is going to include a brand new Osite optic. Go to Glockstore.com/VIP to grab those tickets. That is Friday, August 7th. And by the way, there's even more Osite events on Saturday, the 8th, with hands-on range time, great giveaways, exclusive in-store discounts, free Osite swag, and a whole lot more. Online, Glockstore.com.
Good morning, 8:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Metro Council considers two major bills tonight on data center construction, and the meeting is open to the public comment. Channel 4's Braden Ross on those bills.
One is a comprehensive zoning bill that would limit large data centers to areas already zoned for heavy industrial use and put significant restrictions on their operations. The other would put a temporary moratorium on all data center construction until more regulations are passed. Both bills are working their way through council at the same time as Atlanta-based company DC Blocks is pursuing controversial plans to build a data center next door to the Nashville Zoo.
Now, you're going to need a ticket if you want to have your say. Council staff starts handing out those tickets to anyone who wants to speak at 5 o'clock this evening on the second floor of the historic courthouse right outside council chambers. A ticket gives you 2 minutes of speaking time before the council. The U.S. now joins Mexico and Canada on the sidelines of the World Cup. All three host countries now knocked out of going into the group of 16 stage of the tournament after the U.S. lost to Belgium yesterday 4-1.
Less than 10 minutes into the game, the Belgians struck first after the U.S. defense failed to clear the ball. About 20 minutes later, Malik Tillman scoring off a free kick for the second time in this tournament, but it would be the only bright spot in a disastrous night. Just 61 seconds later, Belgium retaking the lead. Then in the second half, the U.S. goalie mishandles the ball, setting up a third Belgian goal. The Belgians adding insult to injury, scoring a fourth goal in the final seconds of the game.
ABC's Lionel Moise there. Chalk up another win for Donald Trump. Toyota is moving production of the Tacoma pickup truck from Mexico to San Antonio, Texas. The announcement comes just days after Washington declined to renew a North American trade pact with Mexico and Canada. The move will create 2,000 jobs in Texas. And Tilly Norwood is set to make her big screen debut. She'll star in a new film called Misaligned as the lead actress. Well, who cares, you say? Check this out from Millie.
Hi, I'm Tilly Norwood, the world's first AI actress. Or, as some might call me, the end of civilization.
It's Tilly, not Millie. Tilly is not a real person. She becomes the first AI-generated film star. Now, she comes from, by the way, the UK. Here in Hollywood, Val Kilmer is set to be resurrected in a new film. It's called, interestingly, As Deep as the Grave.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
All right, so would you see an AI-generated actor? Like, would you want to go see that? To me, I appreciate people's talent so much that I don't know if I would have an interest in seeing an actor that is AI.
So, in my humble opinion, I think that actors and actresses are too full of themselves. And I'm kind of cheering along a little Tilly Norwood.
Wow.
And because she's single-handedly going to take Hollywood down. And I'm all for it. I'm there for it, as the kids would say.
I'm going to say something really mean.
Yeah, go ahead.
I shouldn't say it.
No.
I
Now
shouldn't
you have to say it. No, you're obligated at this point to go say it.
So Val Kilmer was known in Hollywood to be extremely hard to work with.
Difficult to work with, yeah.
So do you think the AI version will be easier to work with? Okay, so
maybe you shouldn't have said it, Dan.
So just after I die,
yeah.
If there's an AI version, can you make the AI version more talented?
Better looking,
more hair.
Yeah.
I'm really not concerned with how I look. It's just give me a little more talent, please.
We can actually make you have a good mustache. Like, right?
That we could.
Yeah, we could.
I want a Matthew Hurt kind of mustache.
Yeah.
Anyway, got to go. 8:05 on Super Talk Midnight 99.7. Where are we, Joan? I don't even know.
You're taking it over, buddy.
Am I taking it over?
Yeah, just do it.
Sam, what am I supposed to do? Throw to spots? We'll return next on WTN.
Still really jammed up on 24 this morning. A previous accident appears to now have been cleared away, but the jam up is in the Laverne area this morning, and it is jammed all the way from probably from Murfreesboro right into Nashville. Creve Hall, Harding Place at Sidco Drive. There's a crash. That one has injuries involved in it. Highway 100 at Old Hickory Boulevard East. That's at Percy Warner Park. There's an accident 40 westbound in Glen Cliff before Spence Lane. A crash has been reported there right at exit 213. And then 40 eastbound at the airport area just before Briley Parkway East. You've got a crash and the right exit lane has been blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes Sports every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
'809 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program from Crane and Cone Sports on 3 Sports. It is David Cohn. David, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for having me.
All right, so welcome back. I've had you on a couple times in the last several days. A lot of interesting things happening in sports. Now, when I asked you on, David, this was a lot more relevant than it is now because the U.S. soccer got their butts kicked last night. Real quickly, what happened last night? Because they lost like 4-1. From what I understand, the goalie made a stinker of a play.
Absolutely brutal. I mean, we were abysmal on offense, and somehow we were still worse yet on defense. So that's not a good recipe to win a match. It really was tough to watch, and I would even use the word embarrassing. After a magical run, and you're in the final 16, and that's awesome. But man, really tough to watch. And the play that you're talking about with the goalie, that was sort of the height of the embarrassment. But really, the entire match was like that, save for one free kick from Tillman, which that seems to be the only thing that we were really good at yesterday. But brutal to watch, moot point on all the red card stuff. But hey, maybe in another 4 years we'll be good.
All right, but I do want to talk a little bit about the red card, just because I'm curious about it. Do you think that part of the reason why Team USA didn't do very well yesterday was because, I don't know, do you think that they felt a little weird that the president had to come and rescue them, if you will? And so they came in with maybe an altered, I don't know, state of mind or maybe a different attitude coming into this game last night?
I certainly hope not. I mean, if that's the case, to use the word again, embarrassing for professional athletes, if that truly is the case. I mean, there is a time-honored phrase that we do use in sports, which is ball don't lie, and I was hoping to come on here this morning and talk to you after a victory yesterday and say, ball don't lie. See, this was all just, this was all right, this was all fair. But man, after getting our butts kicked like that, you do have to ask the question. But really, Dan, all credit to Belgium. I mean, a phenomenal performance to them. Clearly, they understood our weaknesses on the pitch there, and they took advantage of them throughout the entirety of the match. But man, I certainly hope that's not the case, what you're talking about with having the president advocate on behalf of you. I mean, if you're the men's national team, wouldn't you want your president to take interest in what you have going in this special run? And we're hosting the World Cup, and it's a great event for our country. And I hope that everything behind the scenes was above board. I don't know, I'm not privy to all those meetings, but again, tough outcome yesterday.
How big of a deal was this, President Trump calling the FIFA president and saying, can you just look into this call? Because it seems like the world literally melted down when this came out. And I just kind of looked at it. I was a little bemused by the whole situation, but how big of a deal was this?
Dan, it's the biggest deal in the world when President Trump wakes up and says good morning to someone.
True.
I mean, let's just get to the end of the matter here. That's all that people are angry about, especially, I mean, some people within our own country, but especially internationally. The second you even mention President Trump, even if he watched the match, people are going to be up in arms. And here I thought that we were going to have, Europeans hating us over the issue of green cards. It ends up being over the issue of red cards, which I do find slightly amusing. But yeah, I mean, that's the point here. That's the point. It doesn't matter if the red card was bogus or not, which I do believe that it was. It doesn't matter if there's an appeals process or how it was handled. The second you even mention President Trump, everyone wants to get up in arms, and that's a shame.
All right, so what's next for the World Cup? Who's going to be the champion of the World Cup? Any idea?
Wait, you mean it still goes on after we get knocked out? I thought we kind of just ended it and said, hey, Mexico, you host the rest of it now. Well, that's certainly at least what we were joking about last night at the local cigar shop here in Nashville, because it was again, that was just really, it was tough to watch us go out like that. Look, anytime you lose to a team like that, I hope that Belgium moves forward and has a great run. They're going to have their hands full with Spain, obviously, and Spain knocked out Portugal just a couple hours before that, which it'll be interesting to see if that's Cristiano Ronaldo's final World Cup. I mean, the way that he keeps going, I don't know. He might play in 2 or 3 more, but they'll have their hands full with Spain. That'll be a great match and well-deserved for Belgium, but now I'm rooting for them, the team that knocked us out, go win it all.
How'd it go on Megyn Kelly's show?
Well, we got that coming up a little bit later today.
Okay.
Again, unless some other news, quote unquote, trumps us here, with America's performance last night. I mean, that's kind of how it's been going with a lot of this stuff here this morning. Is that just like what you were saying? If everyone feels so deflated from this issue after the product we put on the pitch last night.
Okay, very good. David Cohn, that's all I got. I have no other questions regarding soccer. I got nothing, so thank you very much. You're right.
For red-blooded Americans to get back to American football this fall, right?
That's exactly right. All right, David Cohn. David, how can people find you on X?
Hey, David Adam Cohn, please follow me there. Watch our sports show here at On3. That's Crane and Cone, C-O-N-E, like a pine cone. You can find us on YouTube and Apple, Spotify, everywhere. And thank you so much for having me, Dan.
All right, we'll talk to you next time. David Cohn on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Do you think you like that I promoted his appearance on Megyn Kelly? Because I think that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know, maybe I am out of content. I don't. I'm totally kidding. Did you hear the big news out of Toyota and what is going on with Toyota moving a bunch of jobs here?
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard that story?
The one that I just did?
Did you do that story just now? Did you really?
Yes. I didn't do it in the past. I did it at 7:30. I'm sorry. I should have been more specific.
45 minutes ago. That's a long time in radio. So I don't know why you'd. I can't do the Toyota story. Fine.
No, you
Thanks,
can.
Joan. No, just forget it.
Let's do it again. Just, for old time's sake.
Then we can just go ahead and replay the 7:06 segment if that's what we want to do. Anyway, 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
On Mills Harding Place, we've got a crash east of Nolensville Pike. I'm Christy O'Brien.
8:16, far as your weather goes, warm, humid, scattered showers and thunderstorms today, and a high of 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think I got to tell you that if we were going to do a dumbbell of the morning award or like a nincompoop in the news award for, the morning show, which that's a Matt thing in the afternoon show. Very funny, by the way. I would have to nominate Benny Thompson.
Mandis is a moron in the mornings.
So, of course, Benny Thompson, Democrat, is now being ripped, as he should be, criticized for calling on everyone to avoid opening a Donald Trump account for their children, which includes a free $1,000. I think at some point we should try to figure out a time when we can find the worst case or the worst example of Trump derangement syndrome. Because I think that is clearly one of the worst examples that I've ever seen. Benny Thompson. Now, in the news is the Trump accounts. They are now available. We're signing up my grandson, Lincoln, and he was born within that time where he can get the $1,000, and Jameson is going to be able to get his account as well. He is not eligible for the $1,000, but, starting that sibling rivalry nice and early. But Benny Thompson, he represents a very poor district. Per capita income in his seat is nearly $27,000 per year. The poverty rate is over 20%. In other words, his Trump derangement syndrome literally is telling people in his district to not accept a free $1,000 if they can help it. How insane is that? That might be, Joan, one of the worst examples of Trump derangement syndrome
It's crazy.
that I've ever seen.
That's crazy.
It is. I mean, and we talked about the new accounts in the early in the 5 o'clock hour. We did have a Daily Dan poll, and the Daily Dan poll, Sam, was:
As a taxpayer, do you have a problem with tax dollars assisting Trump accounts? 62% of the YouTube audience says no.
All right, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people that do have an issue with it. This is Donald Trump. This was yesterday, talking about the launch of the Trump accounts.
But if parents have not done so already, and they are doing so in record numbers, they should go right away to trumpaccounts.gov and sign their child up for a free investment savings account. And again, a lot of people are people that are uninvolved in terms of they don't have the children, but or their children are older, but they're putting millions and millions of dollars into the accounts of poor children, financially poor children. And the parents can't even believe what's happening. So it's an amazing thing. But parents, loved ones, churches, and generous companies and individuals will be able to contribute funds to these accounts to grow throughout the child's life. And again, if we have a good market like we do now, they're going to become actually very rich. They'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Think of that. Think of it, a child that has no money can have hundreds of thousands of dollars at a very, very young age. Accounts could grow to be worth numbers that nobody ever thought even possible.
So, you know, the Trump accounts, who qualifies? U.S. children under the age of 18 with a Social Security number can have a Trump account opened for them. But if you want the $1,000, the free $1,000, that's a very narrow window. Government contribution, kids born between January 1st of 2025 and December 31st of 2028 can receive a one-time $1,000 federal contribution. Money is invested in approved low-cost funds that track broad U.S. stock indexes, such as the S&P 500, and parents and relatives and employers and other eligible contributors can add money subject to annual limits. Didn't we say, Jonah, did you tell me the limits is like $5,000 a year?
$5,000 a year. Yep.
So, I mean, I'm going to tell you, a lot of people won't be able to afford $5,000, but even $5, even $10, right. $15 or $20
for their birthdays. You stash some money in there. I mean, honestly, it's a great way to help them in the future.
Well, yeah, because you're going to have people. I mean, if you've got a family and you are a family that doesn't have a lot of money, all right, so you want to break that generational poverty, and your kids are born within this window where they can get the $1,000, that's going to balloon. And so even if you give no contributions over the years, you get the $1,000, you open up the account, no contributions, you still, when the child reaches 18, that's going to be roughly $5,000 in that account. That is enough to buy a used car, perhaps. And we'll see how the economy is when they're 18. But any little bit helps. Any little bit helps. And so if this is something that they can use to pay for a trade school, for example, or some sort of a schooling, that is huge for some of these families. And that can help these families break that poverty cycle. So to me, it makes a whole lot of sense. And if you have a child of a certain age, definitely sign them up. All the details, by the way, I posted all the details on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. And, some people think this is a great idea. Other people, not so much. Based on what I saw on the text line, a lot of people do not like the fact that their taxpayer dollars are going to donate $1,000 to other families other than their own. And I do understand that. It is 8:23 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, a world leader is reportedly safe after an attempted assassination. That story coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you'll want to spend more time outside. Now, if you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio courtesy of my friends at the Covered Patio. Now, amongst many things, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. When you call my friends at the Covered Patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures, all designed so that you can enjoy the outdoors even more. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget, including yours. Now, the Covered Patio, they're dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to the Covered Patio. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com. Dan Mandis here, with America turning 250 years old this month, it makes me appreciate veterans organizations even more, like the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Now, these folks, they are great Americans who have been crucial in helping our military veterans acclimate to life back home after multiple deployments. Our men and women of the military need the support that the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project does provide. And now they're protecting our first responders with a new partnership with a group called Shield 616, providing life-saving body armor for the Wilson County Sheriff's Department. That is huge. Now, these advanced ballistic vests will provide protection to first responders as they are protecting you. So give to the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project today. As much work as they've done to help veterans and first responders, sadly, there's still a lot more work to be done, and that is where you come in. Find them online and give today. CharlieDanielsJourneyHomeProject.org, CharlieDanielsJourneyHomeProject.org. Learn more and donate to the veterans and to the first responders. 829, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right, Sam, I'm very, very, very angry with you and Joan.
What'd I do?
Now, what did you do now?
For putting out there that I'm out of content. Now people are joking on the super text line that, yep, Amanda's definitely out of content. I'm never, ever out of content.
Show us your notes.
I know that. I joked with you. I did not compel you to say that on the air.
Do you know, I do that, don't I? Like when we have these conversations off the air, this is what I do. I like word vomit when I shouldn't. Anyway. No, as long as there's like an internet and my brain is working right, I'm never out of content. By the way, Joan, did your family ever do anything for you? You know, my family, my parents, God love them. They're both gone now, but, you know, they didn't do a damn thing for me financially.
Oh.
Like talking about these Trump accounts?
Yeah,
did your parents
way.
do anything? My, again, God rest her soul, my mother literally kicked me out of the house when I barely turned 18.
Yeah.
I was actually 17 when she told me, I'm getting married, I'm moving out, and you've got to move out. So that was my welcome into the world. I didn't get a nice cushion like the Trump accounts like these kids are getting today.
Right.
Now, good for them. Did your parents ever do that for you?
No, it was understood that at 18 we'd be out. Like, have your stuff together, know what you're going to do because you're out. So my sister moved out like when she was 17, I think. My brother went into the military. I was like, now what do I do?
Do you know what I got for my 17th birthday? Luggage.
Luggage.
That's exactly right.
On my 18th birthday, my dad woke me up and popped me in the face. He said yesterday that was a felony.
Oh, that is very funny. That's actually very good. All right, we got to go. 8:31. See, if I was out of content, Joan, I wouldn't be late for the news.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Yeah. You just demonstrated that really well, didn't you, Dan?
That's exactly right. It's a position of strength. All right, 8:31 on WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:31, and we're late. I'm Joan Jones.
Because they had all that content, Joan.
With your top stories. We have wild new details here about a Williamson County murder. News 2's Andy Cordan says Douglas Rawl confessed to murdering his wife in their Williamson County home.
According to the just released arrest affidavit, Williamson County deputies are called to this College Grove home by the alleged murderer himself, Douglas Rawl, who tells dispatchers, "I just murdered my wife. I shot her in the head," according to the arrest document. The 57-year-old said his wife Allison was the devil, and he says, "I thought I was the son of God, or even Jesus." When dispatchers asked the one-time pharmacist if his wife was still breathing, he reportedly says, "No, she is dead as fried chicken."
Now, neighbors also tell News 2 that Allison Rawl had confided in them that her husband had been abusing her. French President Emmanuel Macron has reportedly escaped an attempted assassination during a visit to Syria's capital. Now, Macron is safe, according to the French presidential palace, after 2 bombs exploded outside the hotel where he spent the night. One was planted in a dumpster, the other in a vehicle near the Four Seasons Hotel. Macron has left the hotel, sheltering at the Syrian presidential palace. 18 people were injured. There has been no claim of responsibility. New allegations rocking a key Senate race that many Democrats had been hoping could potentially shift the balance of power in the Senate.
Politico reports Platner's accuser, Jenny Rasico, dated him on and off starting in 2019. She claims that in 2021, he showed up at her home almost blackout drunk. Rasico telling Politico, "I had been telling him these words like, no, don't. I just realized that like I'm in a situation where there's no consent here." Rasico today speaking to CNN.
I remember very specifically saying, "I'm not into this."
Saying Platner forced her to have sex against her will.
ABC's Jay O'Brien. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. And stocks trading now with the Dow Jones starting up 179 points higher. NASDAQ is losing 152. And the S&P 500 index down 10 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:34, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. They've been helping out Middle Tennesseans for over 100 years with fair prices and outstanding customer service like right now. Now, they want to save you big time on appliances. You can save up to $2,500 on new kitchen appliances. That sale does end tomorrow. Find details at their website, but big time savings on kitchen appliances. Details at dtmccalls.com. But don't worry, because at DT McCall's, they have everyday low prices and different ways to save you money. Now, the first thing I do in my house when I realize that I need something is I do go to dtmccalls.com. I do check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I've got to go see it, I go to the brick and mortar stores. They help me out and answer any questions I might have. Great customer service. So if you need anything for your home, your garage, or your backyard, you only need to go to one place, my place. That's DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online at dtmccalls.com, and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
There is an accident on Highway 100 at Old Hickory Boulevard this morning in Edwin Warner Park. There is also a crash in Antioch. That one's on Bell Road, west of Cane Ridge Road. Gallatin Pike South in Madison, there's a crash scene at Webster Street, and in Paragon Mills, Harding Place at Travelers Inn Drive, another scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So, Chris, you ever run out of content?
It's never happened to me, Dan.
Because I've been accused of running out of content by Sam.
I could go 14 hours All day long, right up until the night guy.
Can you? The night guy, Mark Levin?
Yeah, that's what we like to call him, the night guy.
Yeah, we do.
He's always angry.
Well, the great thing about Mark Levin is when he runs out of content, all he has to do is scream.
Mr. Producer!
You big dummy. I like how Murphy Show does it.
He does the best Levin. I think he does a better Levin than Levin.
I think so. Now, the great thing, though, I understand there was a bit of an issue with the best ofs that I guess ran on July 3rd.
I mean, you could call it an issue. I would call it a happy little accident.
Sure.
That blessed the audience with the content that they're missing elsewhere.
So apparently your show ran on Murphy Show best ofs.
Well, listen.
So there's like 2 hours of the best of Chris Hand airing on the Murphy Show.
People are saying that this is a mistake behind the scenes, but I think it was a happy little accident. I think we critique this company a lot when they do things wrong, but I think we need to give them flowers when they do things right. And I mean, when you're looking at the best of on July 3rd, there was a lot of crisscross handoffs during the Dan Mandis morning show.
Sure.
Then you had my show, and then there was a lot of Chris Hand during the Matt Murphy show. And I just think that somebody behind the scenes knows where the bread is buttered when you need best of content.
Okay, now, good.
So what? Do you disagree?
The people watching on Super Talk TV just saw my whatever look.
Listen, here's the thing, and I'm just gonna. I mean, like humbly speaking,
I thought you were clenching.
Humbly speaking, I am the best, aren't I? I'm the best of WTN.
Sure, the best
think,
of the best of the best.
And
of,
I think that was evident on one of the most patriotic days, Patriotic Day Eve of the calendar
what
year.
I find funny, Joan, about all of this, nobody who works at the radio station noticed.
Well, we were all doing patriotic things.
A listener had to bring it up. Not the program director, not the people who work here. Nobody noticed. A listener brings it up, I guess, a day or so later. And
they texted me yesterday. I found out in real time.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
on the 6th. So 3 days.
Well,
and nobody noticed.
To be fair, that was the first time I had been in since Thursday. So when would they have told me?
I don't know. That's pretty funny, though.
I thought it was great.
Did Murphy Show get mad?
I mentioned his name like 7 times, and he didn't text me, so I thought he might have been a little perturbed. But then I thought to myself, probably not. Matt never gets angry.
That's not what you said last week.
So
then I said, Matt's even-keeled.
Sure, that's what it is. You know what? Ask him about polling. He'll get good Matt angry. Matt mad is what we can call it. So
just let the record show. I love Murphy. I think.
We all love.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah. No,
5508. Chris, you're not the best, sir. Well, the best ofs on July 3rd beg to differ.
Talking about all the way to the top, yeah. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
That's true, Randy. Thanks.
More random crap that Sam drops in that nobody understands.
It's random, but it's not crap.
Joan?
Pretty random.
Now, how dare you talk about the Macho Man?
That's the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Did I tell you what happened to me? I didn't. So you remember Joan and Sam, what I talked about yesterday, about what happened to me at breakfast at First Watch in Hermitage on Sunday. So this is great. I'm at breakfast. Guy walks up to my table and he says, "Hey, don't mean to interrupt your breakfast, but can you tell Chris Hand how much I love his show?"
Let's go. You should have said, were you listening July 3rd? There was a lot of it.
So now the funny part is, you know how my mind works, right? Well, don't you like my show? You know what I mean? I'm like, my wife is here and Riker's here, and this guy is telling me how much he loves your show, not even mentioning mine. Then he paused and he said, "And you be sure and tell him that I discovered him during the crisscross handoff."
Okay, perfect.
So there you go.
Perfect. Anecdotally speaking, people love my show. We had an electrician at the house yesterday, a couple of guys, great guys.
Yeah.
And my wife always gets nervous because, I say things.
Yeah.
So they said, "Is your husband's Chris Hand, right?" And she goes,
"Maybe."
Yeah. So, tell him we love his show. And then, so the guys were great. And you know what they got as a special parting gift? They got, because we had a stack of them in the fridge. They each got a Cabana cookie from Brian Wilson's lovely wife. And I think that they essentially didn't. They were like, we don't even need money for the work. This is payment enough.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you know, it's funny you should mention the Cabana wife cookies. This is not a paid endorsement, but I've been eating those for breakfast.
Dude, they're so good.
So what is your, and again, I don't want to go on and on about the Cabana wife cookies, but what is your favorite?
Okay, so I kind of have a new favorite. And shout out to Joey, the electrician. He did great work.
Okay.
And he earned that cookie.
Okay.
So have you tried the new s'mores edition?
No.
Yo.
I didn't. I guess there was a party or something over at Brian's house this week. I didn't know that there was a party. I didn't get invited to said party.
Well, it was a lot of fun.
We had a great time.
It's cool. No problem whatsoever.
Oh, Dan, come on, man.
I didn't know. I didn't know. You know what they were afraid of? They didn't invite me because they were afraid that I would eat all the s'mores.
Well, I think they were afraid that you would use the children as a human shield at the water gun parade. But it was actually Joan that did that.
Actually,
so it's fun. I don't know if you knew this, but at a water gun parade when they're squirting the civilians, Joan essentially channels her inner Hamas and then used the kids as human shields.
They didn't mind.
Nice.
They didn't mind. They liked it. As a matter of fact, they were like, Miss Joan, we'll protect you and your hair.
Listen, Joan, if she really was projecting her inner Hamas, she would try to bomb them, but then just bomb herself.
It's true.
That's what Hamas does.
She launches a water balloon, but it comes back down on herself.
Exactly right. By the way, for the record, Amy's texting me. We were invited to Brian's party. We didn't go. We went to the fireworks thing.
I know.
We didn't have time.
You're not a fan of fun.
I'm a fan of fun.
No.
I'm going to throw something at you.
No. Well, you said Amy's texting you. Let's confirm or deny that, Amy.
4460, Dan would cry if he got hit by a squirt gun.
Oh.
That's not true,
dude,
actually. Do you know who's a crack water gun shot? Riker. Good Lord, man. Do you know last summer I had to take the water guns out of the pool because he kept hitting me in the ear and it's like, dude, like I've already got tinnitus. And
dude, that swimmer's ear is gross.
Yeah, and then it's like, I've got to take these away. He won't stop.
So Brian brought a Yeti cooler, like a massive Yeti cooler full of water. This thing was heavy. Me and Brian were struggling to get it to where we needed to get it.
Yeah.
And me and the boys, where we were loading up, and I just said to the kids, headshots only, boys. And I was ruthless, Dan.
Were you really?
I was ruthless.
Good on you.
Senior citizens to little children, headshots. You signed up for the water gun parade. You know what you got. Pody, State Senator Pody was there, and I got him in the ear.
Wow.
He hid behind his election sign because I was
cheating. Come on, Mark.
I was legitimately trying to give him swimmer's ear.
Were you really?
And the thing is, I saw him using his water gun to shoot other people, but when it got up to where we were, it's like he saw you and Brian, and he hid behind his sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Brian's
a big target.
Brian goes, there he is, boys. And he's looking at Brooks and Bishop, and he's slapping their shoulders. There he is. Get him.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Get Pody.
So it sounds like he had a good time.
It was great.
All right.
Brooks looked at Brian. He goes, is he a Democrat, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, that is so funny.
He said, no, he's just a politician. They all get it.
The water gun fights at Watertown, they're a lot of fun.
Dude, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like my favorite 4th of July tradition.
So back to the Cabana Wife cookies real quick.
So good.
So what do we have? They're the chocolate kind with like, I think macadamia nuts and whatever.
Yes.
But do you know what the secret is? It's the salt.
Salt.
Oh.
She
Absolutely.
puts the salt in those things.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like crack. That's
Yes.
what it is. And so all right, so I'm going to be perfectly honest. So when I do red eye, which I'm doing this week, I actually forget to eat. I know this sounds funny, but I forget to eat. So there was one 24-hour period where the only thing that I ate was 2 Cabana Wife cookies. And they kept me going. And a lot of coffee and Red Bull.
So while we were at Brian's house, there's a secret room, and the boys always get very excited because it's a looks like a bookshelf.
Mm-hmm.
And Cabana Wife lets Brooks and Bishop in. They're like, "Wow, this is so cool."
Mm-hmm.
They go, "What do you hide back here?" And Bishop goes, "What do you hide back here?" And Brooks looks at him and goes, "Guns and cookie recipes."
Oh, that is so funny. I love that. By the way, 6173 says they didn't invite you, Dan, because you're Mr. Boring.
That's not nice.
Very, very unfair.
I thought that was Elon.
Am I, Joan and Sam and Chris, am I like boring in real life? Forget about my radio show. We all know yes. Oh, see, okay, that's good.
Sorry, you still talking?
What did you say?
You're not boring.
No, Dan, not you. There have been times when I'll be engaging with Amy in some conversation. She'll fall asleep on me. No, actually engaging in actual conversation. She's never fallen asleep at that moment in time. No.
What moment in time? What moment in time?
Talking about, Dan.
What do you mean?
See, this is why you're not boring. You do it to yourself. You're like, banana peel, let me just slip on you and fall and break my neck.
It was the way that you were looking at me.
Slow
like,
down. No, back up the truck. What moment in time, Dan?
Well, you were looking at me like so
what?
when I'm trying to get frisky with my wife, she falls asleep then? That's not what I was saying, but you looked at me like that's...
I think that is... I think that's a you thing. That no, it wasn't me.
Okay, maybe I'm projecting or something. I don't know. Whatever.
A little bit.
Anyway, no, there have been times like there will be times when I'm engaging with a conversation with Amy, and I'll notice her eyes start to glaze over, and she starts to look at her phone, and she just starts the thumb scroll, and it's like that's when I know I've lost her.
You've run out of content.
Yes, you ever run out of content with your wife? Anyway. Moving right along.
5618 said Dan's tombstone is going to read self-inflicted.
Oh, man. John says more word vomit from Dan. I don't know, man. 5847, please affirm Dan before he takes his toys and goes home.
You're doing great.
Fabulous.
Gosh darn it, people like you.
Where can I buy some Cabana Girl Scout cookies or Cabana Girl cookies? I don't know if they're selling. I don't know what is she selling them anymore? Like, here's what happened, like, in all honesty.
The demand was too high.
She got too many orders. Like, she darn right, cooked herself to death trying to fulfill all of those orders.
She tried to hire my kids and skirt these child labor laws because the demand was so great.
It's exactly right.
And then I was too shrewd of a negotiator, and she said, "I'm gonna find some other kids to work."
Maybe there's some Haitians out there that need work.
If only we lived in Ohio.
I know. Maybe some good Somalian. Well, they don't need to work. They're ripping off the government.
That's true. It's fair. Wheelbarrows of cash.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
How's that for content? The Somalian jokes just never get old.
No, it's like bananas and rice.
Somalian, no!
It's exactly right. Like Somalians and rice. All right, very good. It is 8:53. Jones got the new. I think we are now officially out of content.
Are we?
Yeah. Well, so the funny thing is when we actually go to break on time, it means we're out of content.
That's what it means.
It's what it means. Joan, what's happening in the news at 9?
Yeah, we'll take a look at what's happening with President Trump. He's in Turkey today for a NATO meeting. We've got that coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. I've been telling you about my journey with Contours LLC in Cool Springs. Now, they use red light technology to get rid of body fat inexpensively and without the pain. Now, both Matt Murphy and I have been doing it, and so have a lot of other people across Middle Tennessee, like Doris.
The first treatment that I had, I lost about 3 total inches. It's been a fabulous journey. My husband is really complimented on how much I have lost, and so are the people that I work with. They can't believe how much has come off of my stomach since I've started this.
By the way, Doris's whole story is on the WTN website and also on Contours website, ContoursLLC.com. Now, Doris went to Contours. She spent $99 to try their introductory session. She ended up purchasing an entire package. Now, Contours is having an open house. I can't wait to see you there. It's going to be on Saturday, July 18th. Both Matt and I will be there. You can ask questions, see the red light therapy in action, speak to the whole team about how they can help you. Call them or click on their website, ContoursLLC.com, and let us know that you're coming. It's ContoursLLC.com. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. We'll see you on Saturday, July 18th. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Aside from the obvious jokes about Mitch McConnell has been brain dead for quite some time, you got any thoughts on whether or not he is actually brain dead like some on the socials believe? Sitting in the hospital? Okay.
I don't.
I'll take that as a yes.
Prayers up for him. Like I don't want anybody to be brain dead.
No, you don't want any harm to befall Mitch McConnell. But the thing is, it's like he should have retired years ago.
I know you would have had all that time to soak up with your family.
Yeah, I don't wish harm on anyone, but I am annoyed with him because he has clearly needed to retire for a long time.
Well, and it's like, would that have extended your life?
Yeah.
If you had moved out of the stressful environment that you were in the Senate, would that have extended your life 5 years, 10 years? And it's like nobody on their deathbed ever says, you know what? I wish I worked more.
Why did his wife go to China?
Dude, that's the craziest part because she's been a walking red flag for decades.
Yep, that's exactly right. Elaine Chao. So, anyway.
Speaking of it, ciao. Ciao, Dan.
Ciao. I'm going to go chow down on some Cabana Wife cookies.
Get it.
Got a lot more straight ahead. Chris Hand is